Mercenary Mage, Star Mage Saga Book 4, written and narrated by J.J. Green. Chapter 1. Carina Lin crouched at the corner of a stack of crates and peeked out of the cargo bay. Her gaze was fixed on a domestic starship that had just finished refueling. The ship was probably privately owned by a local magnate, but it looked like business hadn't been going well lately. The vessel was overdue a paint job. Her name, Zenobia, was barely visible, emblazoned on the side, and in some places metal gleamed dully through the carmine coating. Passages through planetary atmospheres and interstellar space had taken their toll. Carina felt Bryce ease up close beside her and slip an arm around her waist. She didn't object. "Is that the one?" he asked, following the direction of her gaze. "Fits the brief. What do you think?" "It'll do, I guess." She scanned the bay. Portage bots trundled along the aisles, transporting freight onto and off storage shelves. Not a single human figure could be seen, though that didn't mean a thing. Security surveillance cameras would cover the place, even on a poor backwater planet like Pyrene, and the portage bots would be recording everything that occurred within their vicinity. She wasn't too worried about being captured by the Pyrenian authorities. A quick enthrall cast would soon ensure their release. What did concern her was the Dirksons. The clan's military remained on the planet, searching for mages, and showed no signs of leaving. If the Dirksons caught her and her siblings, escape would not be easy. It could even prove impossible. Looking back over her shoulder, she said, "All set?" The 5 children nodded. She had rehearsed the operation with them many times. Stealing the Zenobia should go like clockwork, but she knew from her days as a merc that reality usually inserted at least one surprise to upset even the best laid plans. She took another quick scan of the bay. Most of the bots were in the farther reaches of the place, out of sight. She wouldn't get a better chance. "Darius," said Carina, "cloak us." Her youngest brother's big brown eyes were grave as he sipped elixir from a metal flask. Then he closed them to concentrate on making the cast. A moment later, his eyelids lifted again. "I did it." "Great, let's go. Remember, everyone stick together." She stood up and lifted her stolen Dirksen weapon to her shoulder. Bryce did the same. Behind him, her brothers and sisters formed a tight knot. Time to move. As always, it was impossible to tell if Darius's cast had taken effect. If it was working, they should be invisible to all human and electronic onlookers. However, to the cloaked, everything looked the same, which made stepping out into the open unnerving. She led the group along the aisle between boxes of freight toward the Zenobia. Beyond the wide entrance to the cargo bay, directly ahead, the sun was setting. She squinted to see better and wished for a light reactive helmet visor. Long black shadows ran out from the Zenobia. The refueling crew had departed, and the immediate area around the ship was empty. She doubted the vessel was locked, but even if it was, a quick cast would solve the problem. With any luck, the pilot and aircrew wouldn't have boarded yet. She reached the open bay doors. It was just another 30 meters or so to the ship. Once they were aboard, Darius would cast again to cloak it. She would hopefully figure out the controls, and then they would be gone. 2 long weeks of dodging Dirksen guards would be over, and they would be on their way back to Ostalon. From there, they would begin the long journey home. "What's that?" Bryce asked. Beyond the long lines of shuttlecraft and starships, a vehicle was approaching, fast. A military vehicle. Even at the distance, Carina could see the occupants' uniforms were not the dark green of Pyrenian troops. The figures were clad in deep grey. "Shit! Dirksons!" "Are they coming for us?" Parthenia asked. "I don't know how they could know we're here." Infiltrating the spaceport had gone smoothly. They hadn't triggered any alarms. On the other hand, the Dirksons were all over every spaceport on the planet, like scalar bites on a nest of crookins, determined to block all avenues of escape. The soldiers were here for mages. The only question was, were they here for her and her family in particular? Hurry up! The sooner they were aboard the ship and out of potential sight of the Dirkson guards, the better. They reached the Zenobia as the upper rim of the setting sun disappeared. Though the starship was small compared to most of the vessels at the spaceport, it was huge. The engines took up 2/3 of the ship, bulking out each side. And unlike most interstellar craft, the Zenobia was streamlined. A slim nose poked out in front, then the vessel flared, rounding out over her engines in order to smooth her passage through atmospheres. Carina and her companions passed into the darkness under the massive engines. Meanwhile, the military vehicle sped closer, its headlights glowing brightly and the guards sweeping the spaceport standing area with their gazes, weapons at the ready. It neared the ship. Then it stopped beyond the Zenobia's engines. "What the hell?" Bryce muttered. "Why is it stopped just there? They can't see us, can they?" "Not unless Darius's cast didn't work," Carina softly replied. It was unlikely. Her brother was the most powerful mage among them, possibly the most powerful in the sector, now the old spirit mage had died. Yet the fact that the Dirkson soldiers had chosen exactly that spot to stop seemed too much of a coincidence. "Stay cool, everyone," Carina said. "Carry on with the plan as if they weren't there." The soldiers were climbing out of the vehicle. "Just be careful not to bump into any of them," she added. Her little troop emerged from underneath the Zenobia into the dusky light. The spaceport's floodlights snapped on. Oriana gave a small scream. A soldier's head swiveled in the direction of the sound. "Oh, I'm sorry," Oriana whispered, her voice high with regret and fear. "Never mind," Carina muttered. "Stay close." The soldier began to walk toward them. Carina turned to look up at the Zenobia. Shit! All the vessel's doors were shut tight. There was no way to board her. No regular way, at least. "We'll have to transport aboard, guys," said Carina. She would have preferred to walk onto the craft so they knew where they were going. The Dirkson soldier was directly approaching them. "Under the engines again," Carina said. "No," said Bryce. "Look." In the shadow of the enormous ship, the other soldiers could be seen scouting the area. "Can they smell us or something?" asked Carina. "Well, I hate to mention it, but..." She stuck an elbow in his side. "We'll just have to transport from here. Darius, can you move all of us together and put us in the..." She had no idea about the interior layout of the ship. From what she knew, the transport cast somehow avoided moving an object inside another object, but she didn't want to take any chances. She needed a wide space. "Into the hold." "Where's that?" asked Darius. He spoke at his normal volume, which, while he didn't have a loud voice, was loud enough for the approaching guard to hear. The man's body stiffened as he registered the sound. He halted, probably because he was alerting his CO. About there," Carina replied, pointing to an area at the bottom of the ship. It was a guess, based on the doors she'd spotted in the hull. The guard was only 5 meters distant, but Darius wouldn't be able to transport them if they moved to get away. "Do it," she told her brother, who was frowning as he tried to figure out where she wanted him to send them. The little boy dutifully took a swallow of elixir. The guard strode toward them. Another 2 steps and he would crash into Parthenia. Darius's eyes closed. Oriana squeaked, "Quick, Darius!" Chapter 2. Pitch darkness surrounded Carina and the air was cold and damp. Darius had done it. They were inside the Zenobia, hopefully in her hold. "Oh, good," said Oriana. Now we're safe." Her voice echoed from the surrounding walls. "No, we aren't," said Carina. "Not yet. We don't know if anyone else is aboard, so keep your voice down." And those Dirksen guards knew something was up. Their CO will probably order the ship to be searched. They might even disable the engines. We need to get to the bridge and... "We need to find our way out of here first," said Bryce. "Can one of you cast light or something?" "No," Carina replied. "There's no such cast." "I could try and make one," said Darius. "Not now, sweetheart, and I don't want anyone to even think of casting fire. We'll set off the alarms and the entire spaceport will be all over the ship. Come on, let's look for a door." She set off blindly into the dark. Before she had taken more than a few steps, the hold's lights blinked on, activated by her movement. They were inside a space about 20 meters square, surrounded by plain, unadorned metal and the ship's cargo. "Whoa," said Fern. "Look at all this stuff. I wonder what it is." Boxes and packets of all shapes and sizes formed tall stacks, secured to the deck and bulkheads by netting. "I don't know," said Carina. She was puzzled by the odd cargo too. She had taken the starship to be a means of transportation for a rich owner, not a merchant vessel. And if it were a merchant vessel, she would have expected more uniformity in the freight, perhaps only 3 or 4 types of cargo. This was more like... She had no idea. "We don't have time to find out. Come on, this way." She had spied the smaller inner door that would lead to the main body of the ship. She raced over to it and tried the handle. It was unlocked. After waiting for a moment for the others to catch up, she set off down the passageway. "Do you know where you're going?" Bryce asked as he caught up to her. "Not at all. You?" "Nope, but upward and forward is my best bet." "Mine too." A sign caught her eye as she passed it. "Wait, what was that?" She turned and ran back a few paces. The sign said Service Access. She pushed on the adjacent panel and it popped open, revealing a ladder. "We'll go this way," she said to the others, who had stopped to see what she was doing. "Elevator too fancy for you?" Bryce asked. "A ladder is less trappy," replied Carina, grabbing the rungs. She ran up the ladder, then thought twice about it and slowed her pace. Darius and Nala wouldn't be able to go so fast. She paused and looked down the narrow tunnel. Some way below, Nala clung to Bryce's back as he climbed, and Carina thought she could see Parthenia carrying Darius. She continued to ascend, though at a slower rate. Had they already triggered the ship's security system? Were the spaceport authorities already on their way, about to team up with the Dirksen guards to gain entry to the ship? From what Carina had seen in the cargo bay, the Zenobia was not what she seemed, but neither was she a military vessel. It was entirely possible that only forced entry would trigger an alarm. The security measures might not extend to the ship's interior. Whatever the truth was didn't really matter. If they were to stand a chance of getting off Pyrene, they had to find the bridge fast. The signs next to the tunnel exits were no help. They only stated the levels. Carina passed level 2 and level 3. When she reached the exit to level 4, she pressed the release. The door clicked and opened a fraction. She waited for Bryce and the others to catch up and then motioned them to be quiet. She listened. All she could hear was the silence of an empty starship at rest. Pushing open the door, she peered out. Dim standby lighting illuminated a plush corridor. This was more like what she'd been expecting to see, a carpeted floor somewhat worn and walls painted green and gold. They had clearly arrived at the passenger section. It was here the owner and his family, friends and business associates would reside while the Zenobia was in flight. But this section wasn't for the crew. It was too nicely decorated. Carina looked up. The service ladder continued to another level. She pulled the door closed and continued her climb. Level 5 soon appeared. Carina opened the door and saw scuffed floor tiles and white grubby walls. This was the crew area. After checking for signs of occupation again and hearing and seeing nothing, she climbed out into the corridor and set off at a run. Doors flashed past. She didn't worry about leaving the others behind now. She needed to get to the bridge and start the ship's engines. Too much time had passed since Darius had transported them aboard. The Dirksen guards could be aboard too and searching already, and the ship had just been refueled, which meant passengers would be arriving any minute. She slid to a halt, realizing she'd run right past the bridge. She doubled back. The bridge doors didn't automatically open as she approached. It made sense. Here, if anywhere, onboard security would be vital. But a locked door posed no problem to a mage. She pulled her elixir bottle from the pouch that hung at her side and unscrewed the lid. Between pants to catch her breath, Carina took a swig and closed her eyes. She swiftly wrote the unlock character in her mind and sent it out. As she opened her eyes again, she heard the soft scrape of the door opening. "There she is!" someone shouted. "Shoot!" She jumped to the side, but not fast enough. A pulse round caught her shoulder. She fired back randomly as she reached the cover of the wall, barely registering the scene on the bridge. Soldiers in Dirksen uniforms had formed a semicircle around the door. She also caught a glimpse of her eldest brother, Castiel. "Carina!" Darius yelled as she fell. Her shoulder felt like it had been punched by a giant, which was a good sign. The soldiers' weapons were set to stun, not kill. Of course, the Dirksen clan wanted to keep her alive and enslave her for her abilities, like they had enslaved Castiel. Luckily, her dominant arm hadn't been hit. Carina dragged herself away from the open doorway. A second stunning round impacted her ankle and sent spirals of numbing shocks up her leg. She wouldn't be able to stand until the effects wore off in 10 or 15 minutes. She rested the butt of her weapon against her hip and cradled the rest of it in her remaining working arm. She heard Bryce urge, "Transport the soldiers away, Darius." He was running up the corridor with the others. "I can't," Darius replied. "I have to see them." That was Carina's problem too, or she would have performed the cast herself. But if she looked into the bridge again, she would be stunned in a heartbeat. She continued to scoot backward, hauling her dead leg as she went, maintaining her aim on the entrance to the bridge. As if on cue, a muzzle appeared through the door, but all she could see of the person holding it was a gloved hand. She shot and missed. A second shot came from the corridor. Bryce was covering her. The pulse hit its mark. With a muffled yelp, the owner of the hand dropped the weapon. "Darius!" Carina shouted. "Cloak the ship!" Now the Dirksens knew she and her siblings were aboard, there was no point in further subterfuge, but cloaking the ship would make it hard for more soldiers to board. And until Castiel could see his brother, he wouldn't be able to use repulse to cancel Darius's casts. A helmeted head appeared in the doorway. Carina shot at it, but it was gone as soon as she pressed the trigger. Someone had been assessing the situation. Bryce had also fired. He and her siblings had reached the other side of the door, and he was holding out an arm, gesturing them to move to the wall. With surprise, Carina registered that not all of them were here. What had happened to Darius and Nala? Then she realized what she was seeing. Darius's earlier cloak cast was still working, and Nala had to be standing close enough to him to be covered by it. Carina had only been visible to the soldiers because she'd run ahead, out of the cast's influence. Elation surged within her. If she couldn't see Darius, neither could anyone else. She had to let go of her weapon to gesture to Bryce, trying to convey her message through hand signals. She couldn't speak to Darius out loud and tell him to stand in the doorway to see the soldiers and transport them away. If they knew what he was doing, they would simply blanket the space with fire. A muzzle flashed out. Carina snatched up her weapon. Too late, Parthenia took a hit to her stomach and dropped like a stone. The shot had been aimed where Bryce had been standing, but he'd moved. That was dumb. All the mages were far more dangerous than Bryce, even though he was armed. He was feeling along the wall, trying to find Darius by touch. He'd guessed what she'd been trying to convey with hand signals. Bryce disappeared. He'd found the little boy and come within the influence of the cloak. When another soldier darted out to fire, Carina's finger closed reflexively on her weapon's trigger. Her round hit the man square in the back. Her gun was not set to stun, and at the short range, if he hadn't been wearing armour, he'd be dead. As it was, he only fell and was quickly dragged away by his fellow troops. Bryce reappeared. Where was Darius? Bryce's eyes told Carina he'd understood and done what she'd asked. Now they only had to wait and hope the little boy didn't get hit by random fire. Painful tingles emanated from her shoulder and arm. The stun was beginning to wear off. All of a sudden, soldiers burst from the doorway, spraying fire. Carina rolled, but a round hit her unstunned leg, rendering her completely helpless. Her weapon was caught underneath her. Desperately, she willed her unresponsive legs to move. Lying on her front, she waited for the coup de grace. It didn't come. Silence fell. She lifted her head and looked over her shoulder. The soldiers had gone. Darius had transported them. Bryce lay on his back, motionless. Carina also saw the upturned soles of Oriana and Fern's boots. The soldiers had stunned everyone. "Where are you, you little shit?" Castiel stomped out from the bridge, his head turning from side to side as his gaze swept the corridor. "Come out and face me. We'll fight it out and I'll beat you. I'm a much better mage than you." His glare alighted on Carina. His angry expression switched to a smirk. "Not so high and mighty now, are you, sis? I ought to split you and have done with it. Except you and that little asshole could be useful to me yet. Never mind. He's given me my freedom at least." He swigged from an ornate metal flask and closed his eyes. "See you around." In another second, Castiel was gone. Chapter 3. Carina selected coordinates in an area of deep space and input them into the Zenobia's navigation system before unfastening her safety harness and slumping in the pilot's seat. They'd done it. They'd escaped Pyrene, and soon they would be out of its system altogether. When they were beyond the heliopause, she would input another set of coordinates, and, as their journey to Ostalon progressed, several more sets. She would also ask Darius to cloak the ship regularly, so that her trace would be difficult to detect. That, coupled with the arbitrary headings, should make it hard for the Dirksons to follow them. Might their pursuers guess they were on their way back to Ostalon? She doubted it. As far as she knew, the Dirksons had no idea of the planet's significance to mages. They had no interest in the local culture. All they wanted to do was to override it and stamp their own mark on the place. They couldn't know about the conflict that had raged thousands of years previously between mages, the original human inhabitants, and newly arrived colonists. The Dirksons would never have guessed the importance of the characters that the newcomers' religious acolytes now burned. The clan didn't understand about the map, which the Ostalonians also burned, or the libation of elixir they poured into the ground. No, the Dirksons would never in their wildest dreams imagine that Carina and her small family would return to the place they had fought so hard to escape. But if Earth was to be their final destination, Ostalon held the key to the planet's location, and so to Ostalon they must go. A pair of hands grasped her shoulders and began to knead. She sighed with satisfaction and relaxed. "Feeling better?" Bryce asked. "Stun effects worn off?" "Yes, thanks." The painful tingles in her arm and legs had abated while they'd been making their getaway from Pyrene. After Darius had evicted the surprise party organisers, flying the Zenobia away from the planet had been easy. The best gunner in the world couldn't shoot down an invisible ship, so even if the Dirksons had artillery at the spaceport, preventing the ship's escape would have been impossible. The clan had done the right thing by enlisting Castiel to help catch them. Who better to catch a mage than another mage? He must have been alerted to the suspicious sounds of disembodied human voices near the ship and transported himself and a couple of squads to the bridge. But her eldest brother was no match for... "Where's Darius?" Carina asked, turning around. The little boy was sitting in the captain's chair where Bryce had clearly put him, but the honour hadn't pleased him. He was gripping the seat edge and swinging his legs, looking downcast. Carina got up and walked over to him. "Can I squeeze in here too?" she asked. Darius slid from the centre to the side of the seat. She sat down beside him and wrapped an arm around his narrow shoulders. She was deeply concerned about her little brother. He was a spirit mage. His power came from others' emotional energy, which made him intensely sensitive to the emotions of everyone in his vicinity. The former spirit mage had said Carina's own long-standing sorrow and grief probably caused him distress, and she ached with guilt over the fact. Darius was possibly the only spirit mage in the galactic sector, maybe the only one in existence. His destiny had been to memorize the lore and history of the mage clan, to summon young mages to the matching, and goodness knew what else. Yet he was only a boy, far too young for such responsibility. Bryce joined them and perched on the arm of the captain's chair. "How's our little weapon of mass destruction?" he asked, ruffling Darius's hair. "Yeah," said Fern, who was squatting down and rooting through his open backpack. "Great job, Darius. If it wasn't for you, we would have been captured." "Please don't call him that," said Carina to Bryce. She knew he was only joking, but she had been forced into being an actual weapon of mass destruction herself. It had been an appalling experience, and she didn't want her brother to think of himself that way. "I'm going to investigate the ship," Oriana announced. "Who's coming with me? Nala? Parthenia?" "Yes, I'll come," little Nala replied. "I'll come too," Parthenia said, "if only to keep you out of trouble, Oriana." "Poof," Oriana scoffed. "If you're going to police me, you can just stay here." "Fern?" "I'll be along in a minute," her twin brother replied. "I just want to check I brought something. I'll locate you." "Suit yourself," Oriana said. "But if I find the master suite, I'm calling dibs." "I think there's going to be nice rooms for everyone on this trip," Bryce said. "I don't want you going anywhere except the passenger deck," said Carina. "And be careful. Until we search the ship top to bottom, we can't be sure we're the only ones aboard. Take plenty of elixir, and you take one of the weapons, Parthenia. Whatever you do, don't go into the hold. We have no idea what's down there." Carina resolved to take a look at the mysterious packages later. She had a suspicion the Zenobia held secrets it would be wise to know. The three girls left. Said Fern. "Why did I have to be the one to bring the dirt? It's gotten over everything." He pulled out an item of underwear and shook it, scattering earth on the deck. "Don't do that," said Bryce. "We don't want to see your drawers, do we, Darius?" The little boy giggled. Carina rolled her eyes. "Put them away, Fern, and clean up that soil and put it back into your bag. Then find a safe place to stow it. We'll make a good supply of elixir before we go to sleep." "But we have loads already," Fern protested. Carina had made sure every mage had a full canister before they made the attempt to steal a ship. "We can't ever have too much. And stop whining. I don't want to spend the next few weeks with a bunch of bratty kids." Fern scowled, shoved his underwear into his backpack and stalked off the bridge. As the door closed behind him, Carina sighed and rubbed her temples. "Oops, I didn't handle that too well, did I?" "To be fair," said Bryce, "he was being bratty, but there are probably better ways of stating it." Out of all of Carina's mage siblings, Oriana and Fern seemed to be having the hardest time adapting to their new life. Carina sometimes wondered if the twins took turns at being petulant. They'd grown up surrounded by luxury, and though their monster of a father had been harsh with them, Carina guessed that Ma had overcompensated with well-meant kindness and attention. "I'm not being bratty, am I?" asked Darius. "No, you couldn't be bratty if you tried. How are you feeling?" "Okay." But his eyelids hung low and his little face was pale and shadowy. He was clearly on the edge of exhaustion. "Would you like something to eat before you go to bed?" "Uh-huh." "What do you say I take you to look for food?" said Bryce. "A ship like this is bound to be well stocked, and then we can find a cabin for you. Maybe we'll beat the girls to the master suite." "I want to sleep in Carina's room," said Darius. "Can I?" "Of course you can. You, me, and Bryce. How does that sound?" "Good. I'd like that." Bryce took Darius's hand and helped him down from the chair. "Are you going to be all right alone here for a while?" "I'll be fine. Please be careful. I know it's unlikely, but I meant what I said to the girls. There's a chance we could have unwanted passengers." "What do we do with them if we have?" "Stars, I don't know. Lock them in a cabin, I guess. We'll cross that bridge if we come to it." Bryce led Darius out, and Carina rested her face in her hands. The elation she had felt when they'd successfully stolen the Zenobia was melting away and being replaced by worry. Her sharp remark to Fern had been born from anxiety and guilt. Disaster threatened their quest, her quest, to find Earth, the birthplace of humanity and mages. They could be captured by the Dirksons, become lost in deep space, or attacked by outlaws. It would be safer to find an out-of-the-way planet, well away from the Dirkson and Shura-controlled areas, and live out their lives in safety and peace. That had been the mage way for thousands of years, hiding their abilities from non-mages, living simple, isolated existences, and quietly passing on their traditions to their children. But for what? Mere survival? Mages had to hide in the shadows simply to exist? What kind of a life was that? It was not one that Carina wanted, or one that she felt she deserved. She was not like Castiel, yearning for everyone to bow down around him, but neither was she prepared to hide what she was any longer. She wanted to live somewhere she could walk down the street without fear of attack or ambush. Would she find that on Earth? It seemed unlikely, considering that mages had been persecuted and forced to leave it, but that had been thousands of years ago. Perhaps things were different there now. Whatever she found on her clan's origin planet, Carina wanted to lay her eyes on the mountain home of her ancestors and breathe the air they had breathed. She yawned as exhaustion suddenly swept over her. She wondered where the others were and if Bryce had found food for Darius. They all needed to rest, but she would stay awake for a few hours while Bryce slept. Then he could take the second watch. Until they were positive they were alone, she didn't want to risk having everyone asleep at once. When she'd rested, she would go and check out their cargo. Chapter 4. Carina woke to the sensation of limbs pressing against her. She turned over. Darius was starfishing again. With his arms and legs spread out, somehow his small body managed to take up most of a bed large enough for 2 or 3 people. She stretched and sat up. Bryce was gone. She'd woken him after 4 hours, as they'd agreed, so he could take over patrolling the ship while she slept. She had spent her watch searching every level for stowaways, but the place seemed empty. How long had she been asleep? She turned and activated the screen set into the wall next to the bed. 6.5 hours? She hadn't meant to sleep so long, and that meant Darius had been asleep for over 10 hours. He clearly needed a long rest. She used the screen to turn on the light at a low level and climbed out of bed. She hadn't had much of a chance to look at the room Bryce had found for them. Now that she had time for closer scrutiny, she found it was luxurious and decadent. Curtains hung from the ceiling at the corners of the bed where Darius lay sleeping. As she looked upward, she noticed the screen above the bed for the first time. It was as large as the bed itself, and she could take a good guess as to its purpose. She cringed as she wondered what had gone on in the spot where her brother currently rested. Similar curtains swathed the walls, giving the room the appearance of the interior of a huge tent. The rug she was standing on was so thick her bare feet sank into it. A musky but not unpleasant scent hung in the air, supplied by invisible means. The place seemed bare of everything except the bed, but Bryce had told her before he left that the room had an ensuite. She walked to the curtained wall and felt for a parting in the fabric. She found a gap and pulled the material apart to reveal a door. When she opened the door, however, she discovered it didn't lead to the ensuite. She was facing a closet filled with racks of clothes and stacks of shoes. It was a handy find. Clothes had been the last of her worries while they were trying to escape from Pyrene. None of them had brought along anything more than the clothes they stood up in. Carina ran a hand along the lines of hanging garments. It didn't take much further investigation to realize they were expensive. The fabrics were sumptuous and richly textured. She began to feel a weird disconnect between her first impressions of the Zenobia compared to what she was finding in this cabin. The ship had appeared to belong to someone with cash flow problems, yet this wardrobe would cost years of a regular worker's salary, and it was only for the owner's use while they were away from home. Carina inspected the clothes more closely. Men's clothing hung on one side of the closet and women's on the other. She tried to find something she could wear, pulling out items to look at them. The women's clothes seemed totally unsuitable. Floor-length dresses and long overjackets in sizes that would look ridiculous on her, as well as hamper her movement. Then she found a pair of wide pants, a tunic and a belt. These would do, with some adjustment. A second attempt to find the ensuite met with success. The room was almost as large as the bedroom and held a shower, tub, massage table and sauna. Here the scented air smelled floral and fresh. She showered, washing away the grime that had built up while they'd been sleeping rough on Pyrene. Then she put on her new clothes, rolling up the pants' legs and tying the belt to both hold up the pants and pull in the baggy tunic. None of the shoes had fit her, so she put on her old boots. By the time she emerged, the bed was empty and the door to the corridor was open. Darius had woken up and wandered off. She stuck her head out of the doorway. The corridor was empty. The tension that had dissipated during her shower returned. She picked up her elixir, intending to ask Bryce if he knew where Darius was. Then she remembered that Bryce wasn't a mage and couldn't be contacted via a cast. She wasn't thinking straight. Carina took a deep breath and exhaled. She could send to Parthenia instead, but she didn't have anything of her sister's to use to locate her. Finally the answer hit, and she slapped her forehead. She was aboard a starship with a comm system. She strode to the interface next to the bed and figured out how to comm the bridge. Bryce answered. "You're awake? Did you get enough sleep?" "Yes. Is Darius there?" "No, I thought he was with you." "He isn't. He went off somewhere while I was in the shower. He could be anywhere." Her heart was racing. "He's 6 years old." "He can't have gone far. I'll ask the other kids to look for him." "All right, but tell them to stay in pairs. I don't want to lose another one." She ran into the corridor. Where could her little brother be? What if he'd gone down into the hold? They didn't know what was down there yet. Foreboding settling over her, she darted back into the room to collect her weapon before setting off to find her young brother. He was a smart kid who had experienced more than enough danger for a lifetime. It was out of character for him to wander off alone without telling anyone where he was going. She couldn't think what might have prompted him to leave the suite. She opened the first door she came to and scanned the lavish quarters. She spied a couple of backpacks that told her the twins had taken this place for themselves. How typical it was that, despite the extensive accommodation available and their constant bickering, they'd elected to share a cabin. But the room was empty. "Darius!" Carina shouted as she closed the door. "Darius, where are you?" Opening the next door revealed a dining room, set up like a small banquet hall, nothing like any shipboard refectory she had ever seen. She took in the long wooden table and padded throne-like chairs. It seemed the Zenobia threw up another puzzle at every turn. And Darius was not here either. She left the dining room and ran on. The corridor ended at an elevator. Should she turn around and search the other rooms on this level? If Darius was nearby, he would have heard her calling. She shouted his name again, and then, when he didn't reply, called the elevator and waited for it to arrive. When the doors opened, Darius was standing inside. "Stars!" she exclaimed. "Where have you been? You frightened me nearly to death." In answer, he burst into tears. "Oh, I'm sorry," she said, hugging him. Between sobs, Darius said, "When I woke up, I was all alone, so I tried to find you. But I couldn't, so I took the elevator. But I couldn't remember which way to go, or where the bridge was, or... I was in the shower, that's all. I didn't leave you alone. I would never do that. Look, let's forget about this and go and see the others, okay?" She told the elevator to take them to the bridge. If Darius had simply done the same, he wouldn't have gotten lost. But maybe he'd been panicking too much, or his home on Ithia hadn't contained any elevators. They walked onto the bridge to find only Bryce there. "Hey, Darius," he said. Then to Carina, "Where did you find him?" His eyes took in her new costume. "And what are you wearing? You look like a bandit." He was in the elevator. "I found some clean clothes in the closet in our room. You should take a look. Maybe it's time for a style update. Where are the others?" "I don't think they've gone much farther than searching this level. Hold on a minute." Bryce was sitting in the captain's chair. He opened the interface on the armrest and leaned over to speak into it. "Com to all crew. This is your captain speaking. All hands to the bridge immediately." As he spoke, Carina faintly heard his voice echoing in the corridor. He closed the interface and grinned. "I've always wanted to do that. Here, take this." He tossed her a comm button. "I'd prefer our conversations to be more private." Carina fastened the button to her tunic with an uncomfortable familiarity. She hadn't worn a comm button since she'd been forced to join the Shura military. How long ago had that been? Only a few months, but so much had happened since then it felt much longer. Parthenia, Fern, Oriana and Nala burst onto the bridge. "Ooh-hoo!" Fern said. "Here he is! Where did you get to, Darius?" "I was looking for Carina." "Ha!" said Fern. "And she was looking for you." "Right, but now we're finally all together," Carina said. "I want to tell you what we're doing today. First, we have to make plenty of elixir, using the—" "Already on it," said Bryce. "I've deactivated the smoke alarm in the captain's study so the kids can make a fire in there. They were about to start when you commed me about Darius." "Oh," Carina said, feeling somehow deflated. "In that case, after you've made some elixir, you can—" "Please don't give us any more chores," said Oriana. "Making elixir is enough for today. We want to have fun. We haven't had any fun since the matching." "Yes," Fern said. "We want to explore." Carina hesitated. They were kids, after all. Even Parthenia was only 15. Okay, she relented. Fern and Oriana whooped. Even quiet, reserved Nala looked pleased. But only after you've made 10 litres of elixir, Carina added. She turned to Bryce. I noticed we seem to have some real wood aboard. That'll come in handy if we need extra ingredients. She recalled a chore she'd set for herself for today. Can I leave you to supervise the kids for a while? She asked Bryce. I want to check the cargo. Sure, but go and eat something first. You'll be amazed at what you find in the stores. Chapter 5. Carina took an elevator down to level 0, the hold. The elevator panel also displayed levels -1 and -2, which housed the engine rooms. She had taken a brief survey of them during her watch, and she hoped she would have no need to pay a return visit. While she could fly a starship in a pinch, she had no idea how to fix a starship's engine, or any other type of engine for that matter. She would have to rely on the Zenobia's owner keeping her engines well maintained. But if the state of the less visible parts of the ship was anything to go by, that was probably the case. The more she saw of the vessel, the more she had the impression that someone wanted it to appear more decrepit to a cursory view than it actually was. The hold looked unchanged from when she had transported into it. She walked to the centre and turned a slow circle, surveying the freight the ship was carrying. Her comm chirruped. Hey, she answered. I just wanted to check you're okay, Bryce said. I've only been gone 5 minutes. Yeah, but like you said, we don't know if someone else is aboard the ship. I said that before I'd searched it. Now I'm pretty sure we're the only ones aboard. Well, I think it would be a good idea to maintain contact while we're apart, just in case something bad happens. She smiled. You know, if you keep this up, the kids will talk about us. I already saw Fern pretending he was going to vomit when he saw us hug the other day. Let them talk. I don't care. Wait, where are you? On the bridge. So, where are the kids? They're here too. Are they listening to this conversation? Yep. Peals of laughter and excited giggling came from her comm button. She smiled again. It was good to hear her siblings being kids once more, free from the fear of capture, even if the luxury was only temporary. They've gone off to make elixir now, said Bryce. We can talk freely. I'm not sure I believe you. Besides, I can't talk. I need to check out this stuff. All right, but leave your button on. She selected a tall, thin package. She couldn't guess what it was from the shape. The netting covering it and adjacent packages ran from the floor to the ceiling, where it hung over hooks. She debated climbing up to unfasten it, but she didn't want to risk falling. A heel cast might quickly fix her broken bones, but she would rather not break them in the first place. Perhaps she could cast rise on each section of net where it was attached to a hook. She wondered how the netting had been fixed up there. It didn't seem possible without the kind of gymnastics she was confident were beyond the capabilities of the average cargo handlers. The answer came to her. She scanned the room again. It had to be here somewhere, unless the handlers took it away when they left. She peered into a corner obscured by boxes. There it was, a cargo mech. The machine looked like it had seen better days. Its paint was chipped and its grips worn. Something else to give the impression the Zenobia was less upmarket than she was. As she climbed into the machine, scenes of the mech battle event on Ostalon came back to her. What a night that had been, and what a finale when the Shurras had rained down hell on the Dirksen planet. She started up the mech and grasped the manipulators, giving the grips a few turns to get the feel of them. What's that? Said Bryce. She jumped a little. She had forgotten he was listening in. Just a cargo mech. Ah, okay. Don't get into any fights in it. Ha ha. She walked the mech over to the netting that held the tall, thin parcel. She extended the grips all the way up to the ceiling and used the fine tips to lift the netting off the hooks. The thick knotted ropes fell down, and, released from pressure, the tall package slipped to one side. She grasped it and laid it on the floor before turning off the mech and jumping down. The wrapping was white and fibrous. She rolled the package over, looking for a label or anything that might tell her what was inside, but she found nothing. She took out her knife and cut a long slit. The wrapping was several layers deep, and one of the layers was different from the others, a dense material flecked with metallic elements. Something to deflect or confuse scanning waves? She paused. Did the package contain contraband? And if so, what kind? The first thing that sprang to mind was explosives, or perhaps the package contained a weapon. It would be a very unusual weapon. Despite digging down through 5 or 6 layers of wrapping, the object inside still felt soft to the touch. Explosives could be soft, but she'd never seen them packaged in such an odd way. She proceeded with more care. To avoid further poking and prodding, she cut across each end of the slit and then peeled back one side. A final layer of the white material lay between her and the package's contents. She pushed in the knife tip and gently drew it along the edges of the space she'd created. "You're awfully quiet," said Bryce. She nearly jumped out of her skin. "Stars, do you have to keep doing that?" "Sorry, just checking in." "Look, I'm going to turn off my button. I'll let you know if I find anything interesting." She closed the comm. She put down her knife and lifted the corner of the layer she'd cut. Underneath it lay a dark blue substance decorated with orange swirls. She ran her fingertips over the surface. It felt exactly like a rug. She cut away at the wrapping, exposing more of the interior. The swirling pattern continued to spread out over the dark blue background. A freaking rug! And she'd been worried it might be explosives. The rug was probably a cultural artifact prohibited from export, or perhaps it contained a substance banned from use in manufacturing. That applied to some dyes made from poisonous plants. Or maybe the rug wasn't the contraband. Was it hiding something more illegal? She cut off the remainder of the wrapping and rolled the rug out on the floor of the hold. Nothing was hidden inside it, though that didn't mean it wasn't hiding anything. She had heard of smugglers soaking materials with banned pharmaceuticals in order to sneak them through customs. She bent down and sniffed the rug, but she couldn't detect anything unusual in its scent. It smelled old, which probably meant her initial guess that it was a cultural artifact was correct. She sat back on her heels and looked around at the other parcels stored in the hold, wondering what interesting items they might contain. She rose to her feet. It was time to find out. A couple of hours later, Carina was surrounded by opened packages. She'd discovered animal parts, both dried and bottled, jewellery, paintings, ornate furniture, technology she didn't recognise, and a host of other eclectic items. More importantly, stashed inside some she'd also found pills and powders she guessed were illegal drugs. This was not the baggage of a rich family travelling between the stars. The Zenobia belonged to a smuggler. She had no strong feelings one way or the other about smuggling. In the past, she'd even contemplated joining the trade to get herself out of a tight spot. Trading in stolen and illicit items wasn't the most moral activity, but people like the Dirksons and Schurers did far worse things. Smugglers were only trying to make a living, not subjugate entire populations to their will. But the revelation posed a serious problem. The Zenobia's owner was not a local businessman who would report the ship's theft to the authorities and just claim on the insurance. This ship and her contents probably represented a significant portion of her owner's wealth, and there would not be insurance to claim. The smuggler would be furious at the loss of the vessel and her precious cargo. He or she would stop at nothing to get her back and punish the thieves who had taken her. What was more, the ship was almost certainly fitted with a powerful tracking beacon for the exact eventuality that had befallen her. Carina calmed Bryce. "You're talking to me again? I think we may be in trouble." "What? Why?" "Are the kids there?" she asked, remembering their earlier conversation. "They're all gone. They made the elixir and then went off to explore." "What kind of trouble?" "The big kind. I found—" The chatter of excited voices came over the comm. The children had returned to the bridge and they were talking over each other, trying to be the first to tell Bryce something. She couldn't make any sense out of their babble. "Quiet down," she heard Bryce say, followed by, "Parthenia, tell me what this is about." Carina heard her sister say in a soft, serious tone, "We think someone else is aboard the ship." Chapter 6. "Someone did move it!" Fern exclaimed. "They did!" Carina was sceptical. The children's claim that they'd spotted signs of a stowaway was turning out to be less than reliable. Bryce had remained on the bridge, so she wasn't sure how much he knew regarding the evidence for their assertion. "I put it in the corner," said Fern, "but now it's next to my bed." She looked at the object of contention. The backpack's appearance was no different from the last time she'd seen it. Why would an intruder bother to move an old weather-stained bag from one side of a room to another? It made no sense. "It's true," Oriana added, her arms folded to convey her earnestness. "He definitely put it in the corner. I saw him, and when we came back after making the elixir, it had moved." Fern and Oriana had picked a suite with twin beds. The room was similarly opulent to Carina and Bryce's, though a little smaller. Carina surveyed the room. She was surprised her brother and sister could tell the place was any different from how they'd left it that morning. They'd discovered the hidden wardrobe and seemed to have transferred most of its contents to the floor and the bed. The door to their ensuite stood open, and the mess inside was just as bad. "All right," Carina said. "Let's say we accept your backpack mysteriously ended up in a different place from where you put it. Did you check inside? Is anything missing?" "I had a quick look," Fern replied, "but everything seemed to be there." Carina restrained herself from rolling her eyes. If a stowaway was aboard ship, it was a serious matter. She had to investigate the possibility thoroughly before she dismissed it. "If you want me to explain why they moved it, I can't," Fern said, his cheeks colouring. "But I'm 100% positive it was moved, and Oriana agrees with me." "That isn't the only thing, Carina," said Parthenia. Carina turned toward her sister. At 15 years old, she was a more convincing witness than the others. "Did something move in your room too?" Carina asked. "No, but—" Parthenia glanced at Nala, who hung her head. Then the teen looked back at her older sister. "Can I show you?" "Lead the way." Parthenia went ahead and the group passed several doors in the corridor. 18 or 20 passengers could live aboard the Zenobia comfortably. Parthenia stopped at a door like all the others. "Fern and Oriana have to stay out," Nala said in an uncharacteristically forceful tone. Little Nala, only a couple of years older than Darius and the only non-mage of the siblings, was usually also the quietest and most self-effacing. Oriana raised her eyebrows at her twin, who shrugged. "Okay, we won't come in." "What about me?" Darius asked. "You wait outside too," said Nala. Darius accepted his exclusion pragmatically. Parthenia touched the security panel and the door opened. "You activated the room's security?" asked Carina. "I did after I saw what happened while we were gone." Parthenia had taken Nala under her wing since they'd boarded the Zenobia. Their room was similar to Fern and Oriana's, but much tidier. Here it wouldn't be hard to tell if something was out of place. The only messy area was one of the beds. The covers hung off of it, as if the occupant's sleep had been restless. Something was bothering Nala. She'd buried her face in her hands. "It's okay," said Parthenia. "No one believes it was you." Her words didn't have their intended effect as the little girl began to cry. "What's wrong?" Carina asked. Parthenia walked to the messy bed and silently gestured at the undersheet. A wet patch sat in the center, the edges drying to a faint yellow stain. "I didn't do it," Nala wailed. "Did you make the beds this morning?" Carina asked Parthenia. "Only mine. Nala made her own, but I'm sure I would have noticed if—" "But when you came back, this bed had been unmade?" "That's right, and Nala was with me the whole time we were away. She couldn't have snuck back, and if she had, why wouldn't she just use the bathroom?" Carina squatted down in order to give Nala a hug. "It's okay, sweetie. Don't be sad. I believe you." She actually hadn't quite made up her mind about it, but she didn't want the girl to feel bad. Kids sometimes did weird things, especially when they were upset or worried. Nala's sobs eased, and Carina left her to tell Oriana and Fern to go to the dining room, where she would meet them in a few minutes for lunch. The twins tried to peer around her into the bedroom when she opened the door, but she blocked their view. When they'd left, she said to Parthenia, "Help me put this dirty laundry in the chute. Then I want you and Nala to pick another room. We'll move your things over before we join Fern and Oriana." As they worked, Carina tried to imagine the reason behind the strange occurrences in the children's rooms. The obvious answer pushed its way to the forefront of her mind, but she tried to ignore it, attempting to believe the more prosaic solutions. Fern was mistaken about where he'd left his backpack, and Nala had wet the bed and then tried to cover it up. If only. The events that preceded the departure of the Zenobia led her to a different conclusion. She resolved to speak to Bryce about it privately before saying anything to the kids. Fern and Oriana's discovery of a food printer in the ship's galley had driven all their earlier excitement about the possible stowaway from their minds. When Carina entered the dining room, Oriana ran to grab her hand and tug her to the galley. She guessed what her sister wanted to show her. She'd spotted the device during her search of the ship while the others slept. "We didn't even have one of these on Ithia," said Fern, gaping at the machine. "I've seen pictures, but I've never seen one in real life, and we have it all to ourselves." "I guess it is pretty cool," Carina said, finding his delight infectious despite her nagging worries about the Zenobia smuggler owner and the hidden unwanted passenger. "Do you know how to work it?" "No," answered Fern. "Do you?" "We used to have one aboard the Duchess. It belonged to the owner, and the cook wasn't supposed to use it for anyone else. He did, though. You just put some gloopy stuff in and tell it what you want." The cook had been taking a risk feeding the mercs from the owner's precious printer, but he had hated the woman as much as everyone else. Carina opened the cupboard above the machine. The rows of packets inside appeared similar to the ones she remembered from her days as a merc. "Was the Duchess another ship you were on?" Parthenia asked as Carina retrieved a few packets of gloop. She paused, unsure how much to say. The girl was old enough to hear the entire story of her life before she was taken captive by Stefan Scherer, but the other kids were a little young yet. In the end, she said simply, "It was the ship I took Darius to after I rescued him." "Do you remember it?" she asked her brother. "I remember seeing you in a hospital." "Yes, we talked in the sick bay. It had been there that Darius had proudly told her he'd seen her cast and put her in fear for both of them." "I wish we had all your friends with us," Darius said. "Then we wouldn't have to run away all the time. They would protect us." "My friends?" "The other fighters, like you," explained Darius. Oh, what had Darius made of her fellow mercs? When he'd first seen her, he'd been terrified, understandably considering what the Dirksons had put him through. But it appeared he'd lost his fear of her and the other soldiers. Probably not wise, even she had found them scary. "We would have to pay them a lot of money if we wanted them to protect us." Then she changed the subject. So, you put the base ingredient in here, she said, lifting a lid on a reservoir. Do you all know what you want yet? I want custard, Fern announced. For lunch? Okay, just this once. That should be easy. But if you want it a certain way, you'll have to tell the machine. I would love an apple, Parthenia said. I haven't eaten an apple in ages. You might be disappointed, said Carina. It'll make something that looks like an apple, but you'll find the structure isn't quite the same. She left the kids to play with the printer and walked out into the empty dining room to con Bryce. I was just about to tell you I'll be down to join you for lunch. Can you wait a while? I don't think it's a good idea for the bridge to be left unattended. You mean because of our stowaway? You think the kids are right? I think something's going on, and it's more than likely it isn't one of the kids who's doing it, which only leaves one conclusion. Carina couldn't deny the facts any longer. There could be only one person who would be interested in the contents of Fern's backpack, and who would pee on Nala's bed. No kidding, Bryce said. Yeah, and I think I know who it is. Huh? How? Have you been reading the ship's data files? I don't need to. This person doesn't have anything to do with the Zenobia. It's Castiel. Chapter 7. When Carina arrived on the bridge, Bryce had a holo of the ship's interior up and running. The Zenobia's decks and rooms were clearly outlined in glowing green, with fixtures contrasted in red. Cool, said Carina. That'll help us find him. Before she could say any more, however, Bryce strode over to her and took her in his arms. It was a pleasurable while before his lips parted from hers. They hadn't kissed since that unfortunate time at the matching, when Carina had sought to numb her emotional pain with an intimate encounter. Bryce had quite rightly refused her, but she was over the embarrassment now. I've wanted to do that for ages, said Bryce, still holding her. Me too. We never seem to get a moment to ourselves, do we? It isn't easy with the kids around all the time, and there's always something more important to do. Like find our stowaway. Bryce released her, and hand in hand they walked over to the holo. What makes you think it's Castiel? Carina explained about how Fern's backpack, containing the soil needed to make elixir, had been moved. Then she explained about the urine in Nala's bed. I have to admit, we could explain away Fern's backpack by saying he's mistaken, but pissing in Nala's bed sounds exactly like something Castiel would do. He probably hates her most out of all of them, because she went over to their side. But how did he know the bed was hers? I guess he saw her old clothes on it. All the children had quickly availed themselves of the luxurious adult garments stored in their rooms, coming up with imaginative outfits for their smaller bodies. What an asshole. He's more than that, he's dangerous. We're lucky the kids have gotten into the habit of always carrying their elixir with them, or he would have been able to steal it from their rooms. At least he has to make his own, though now he has the soil he needs. And water and metal are easy to come by. You were saying you found real wood on the ship. So he only needs fire, and if he understands how to short an electrical circuit, that won't be difficult. And then we're screwed. Exactly. Carina studied the holo of the ship. I take it this isn't an internal scan. She couldn't see any figures or objects or the contents of the hold. No, I guess the ship must have one, but this is all I could bring up for now. It's only a blueprint. It's still useful. I'm confident we've searched every area of the ship. I can't figure out how I missed him last night, or maybe I can. I didn't know about the closets in the cabins. He could have hidden inside one of them. But why is he even here? I thought he hated you guys. Why isn't he staying with his new friends, the Dirksons? It isn't really that strange. Remember how he was handcuffed to Reese when they surprised us at that old woman's house? He even said he couldn't command the soldiers. It's pretty clear to me he hadn't achieved the status among the Dirksons he imagined he would, and they were treating him like a servant, or even a slave. And remember what he said when he transported after the fight to take the ship? He said Darius had given him his freedom. But he had elixir then, or he wouldn't have been able to cast. Why does he need to make more? I guess the Dirksons only let him have a little at a time. Maybe he transported off the ship and then back onto it after he realised he was better off leaving Pyrene with us. So he's used most of... Carina had just recalled her revelation about the Zenobia's hidden purpose. In response to Bryce's questioning look, she said, "I forgot to tell you, we're in deeper trouble than only having a dark mage aboard. I think we stole a smuggler's ship." "Ah, all those weird packages in the hold. What did you find?" "A lot of stuff, mostly illegal from what I could tell. The Zenobia is masquerading as private interstellar transportation, so it won't be subjected to the usual cargo inspections. The owner must be greasing the palms of customs officials to avoid spot checks too." "The good news just keeps coming today." "No kidding. When I was a merc, I didn't have much to do with smugglers, but they were in the same shady line of business as merc bands. One thing I learned was that you never mess with them. The money stakes they deal in are high, and if you cost them a trade, by accident or otherwise, they'll soon tell you about it. And they really don't take it well if someone steals their stuff. The ship is sure to be fitted with a high-powered tracker." "Won't Darius's cloak block the signal?" "Your guess is as good as mine on that. One thing's for sure, that cast doesn't last forever. In between Darius's cloaks, that tracker is going to be yelling at the top of its lungs all the way back to Pyrene and for hundreds of light years all around. I'm taking the long way back to Ostalon with plenty of course deviations, but the owner of this vessel is going to find it eventually." "With any luck, we'll be long gone by then." "I hope so, but to be on the safe side, we'd better leave the cargo intact. Then, if the Zenobia's owner discovers our identities, he or she will understand we were never trying to steal their stuff. Whether that'll make them deal with us more leniently, I don't know. Some are worse than the most psychotic mercs I've ever known." Bryce puffed up his cheeks and exhaled. "All right, one thing at a time. Let's find your evil shit of a brother. Then we can worry about a smuggler's vengeance." "Yeah. We should divide the ship into sections. When the kids have eaten, they can... Wait. Where's the elixir they made?" "Over there." Bryce pointed to 2 20-litre containers near the pilot's seat. "Good. I was worried they'd left it unattended. Castiel won't dare approach them to steal theirs while they're together. He wouldn't be a match for them as a group, and especially not as long as they have Darius with them. What was I saying? Oh yes. When the kids have eaten, we'll split into 2 search parties and secure the bridge so Castiel can't access any of the ship's controls or that elixir. Then we find him." "And then what? What do we do with him?" "I haven't decided yet. The wisest option would be to space him, but even if I could do that to my own blood, knowing how Ma loved him in spite of what he is, I couldn't do it in front of his brothers and sisters. What would that do to them?" "What'll he do to us if we don't?" "The ship must have a brig or something similar. If we lock him up without elixir, he should be powerless for the rest of the voyage." "And then, what happens when we land on Ostalon?" "Like you said, one thing at a time." Carina studied the hollow of the ship closely. The passenger areas were already familiar, but Castiel was unlikely to be hanging around them during the active period. He was probably in the crew section, or he might even have gone down into the hold. Does the ship's operations data show when the elevators are in use in real time? "I'm not sure." Bryce turned to the interface on the arm of the captain's seat. Carina watched him as he checked for the function. Bryce's physique had matured since they'd first met. His body had thrown off the effects of the Ithian plague and he'd gained bulk, but not in an unpleasing way. Despite the threatening situation they were in, Carina couldn't resist taking hold of his arm and pulling him toward her, going in for another kiss while they had some rare, precious time alone. The bridge door opened. "Yuck!" exclaimed Fern as he burst in. "They're smooching," he said in a disgusted tone to his siblings behind him. The 5 children crowded in the open doorway. "I think it's romantic," said Oriana. "It's private," Parthenia said. "Sorry we busted in. We'll leave you alone and come back later." "No, it's fine," said Carina. "I need to explain a few things to you anyway. We have an important job to do, and I'm not sure how you'll feel about it." The children came all the way into the room. Carina went on, "I think we—" A piercing whistle interrupted her. She winced and put her hands over her ears. "What's—" "Fire alarm!" yelled Bryce, his gaze on the captain's interface. "Crew's galley!" He lifted his eyes to make contact with Carina's. "We've found him." Chapter 8. Carina sprinted from the bridge to the nearest service ladder access point, shouting to Bryce, "Take the elevator!" Castiel would be leaving the galley in the crew section 2 levels below, now that his attempt to start a fire had triggered the alarm. She couldn't guess what direction he would take, but if Bryce approached from another angle, they doubled their chances of catching him. She tore open the door and jumped into the tunnel, grabbing the side rails of the ladder. Dropping several rungs at a time in her haste to reach the crew's quarters, the rails slid through her hands as she descended. Level 4 flew past, and Level 3 soon approached. She unhitched the door and leapt out. But which way was the galley? She paused as she recalled the ship's hollow, then ran left. Another sound was rising above the alarm, a hissing sound. There were clouds of powder in the passageway ahead. She arrived at the galley, but the air inside was thick with white powder, puffing from overhead fire extinguishers. She coughed, choking on the dry dust. She pulled her tunic up over her nose, swung her weapon forward, and squinting entered the room. Metal worktops and cupboard doors loomed from the translucent atmosphere. The powder was settling on everything, dulling the shiny surfaces. Had she arrived in time to catch Castiel? Probably not, but he might still be hiding somewhere in here. If she were in his situation, she might have remained in the galley, out of sight, guessing that her pursuers would think she'd left it. She coughed again, deeply. The white powder was also stinging her eyes and making them weep. She would have to leave for a moment. As she stepped back through the doorway, she met Bryce. The children were running up. "Sorry it took us a while. I had to make sure the bridge was secure before we left." "No problem. Good thinking." "Any sign of him?" "Not that I can see, but it's hard to see anything in there." "He must have left as soon as the alarm sounded." "Maybe, but—" "Did you catch Castiel?" Oriana asked as she reached them. "Is he in there?" Bryce had clearly told the others about Carina's deduction that their brother was the stowaway. "Let's move away from here," she suggested, shepherding the children down the passage. If Castiel was still in the galley, she didn't want him to overhear her telling them that might be the case. A few meters from the doorway, they stopped. "Are we going to search for him?" Fern asked. "We are, but we have to be methodical about it. I don't want anyone deviating from the plan, or he could slip through our fingers. And you must be careful. Castiel may have elixir with him, though probably not much, or he wouldn't be trying to make more." "I wish we had something of his," said Parthenia. "It would be so much easier to cast locate." "Wishing isn't going to help us," Carina said. "But we can catch him. It's 5 mages against 1. As soon as you have him in your sight, cast Enthrall. Then he'll come quietly. Then we can make him do whatever we want," said Fern. "Except we aren't going to do that, are we?" It wasn't a question. "We treat even enthralled people with dignity, right?" "He doesn't deserve any dignity," said Fern. He knew the Dirksons were going to massacre the mages, and he didn't care. Our treatment of him isn't about him, Carina said. It's about us. She waited a beat for her meaning to sink in. If Bryce or I see him first, we can stun him. Parthenia, are you okay with leading a search party? One person will have to restrain him to give the other time to cast enthrall. When her sister nodded, Carina continued, I'm going to lock the elevator doors and the doors to the service tunnels. We'll transport between the decks and search each room thoroughly, one by one. When he's found, Castiel will try to bolt. She ran her gaze over the waiting children, considering how best to divide them up. She wanted to keep Darius with her because he was so little. On the other hand, she and he were the strongest mages, and if he stayed with her, it would leave the others more vulnerable. A sudden movement from the direction of the galley caught her eye. There he goes, shouted Fern. Castiel had burst out of the room and was pelting down the passageway. Enthrall him, Darius, Carina called as she aimed her rifle. Castiel was heading for the service tunnel she had used to come down to the crew's section. He was nearly there. She fired but missed. When she fired again, he had slammed the door open and her round hit it. Then he was gone. He was too fast, said Darius. Carina was already running toward the service tunnel. As soon as she reached it, she leaned inside, angling her weapon downward, but she could only see a short distance. Damn it! She climbed inside and onto the ladder. The top of Castiel's head was below her, growing smaller as he hurriedly descended. Clinging to the ladder with one arm, she fired at it. In the narrow space, the flash of the pulse round blinded her. When she could see again, Castiel was gone. She heard a door open in the distance. Her brother must have exited the tunnel, most likely the level directly below, but she couldn't be sure. She climbed out. At least we know one thing, she said to the others. He's short on elixir, if he has any at all, or he would have transported out of the galley and not risked being captured. But that's also going to make him desperate and dangerous. We all know how little he cares about anyone except himself, so please take care as we go after him. Parthenia and Darius, help me cast lock on all the exits at each level. Then we'll all transport to the level below and start our search there. She re-entered the service tunnel to lock the doors from the inside. But as she did so, she heard a door below her open. A couple of levels down, Castiel appeared. Hastily she took aim, but it was hard to shoot straight one-handed while hanging off a ladder. Again her shot went wide, dissolving harmlessly against the tunnel wall, and Castiel vanished. But now she knew exactly where he was. She spoke to the others through the doorway, reluctant to leave the tunnel in case Castiel moved again. He's in the hold. We'll approach it from both tunnels and the elevator, locking all the exits as we go down. She quickly divided them up, Parthenia and Nala, Bryce and Darius, and Fern and Oriana, who were to come with her. They would meet up outside the hold and enter it together. Aside from worrying about the children's safety, she hoped the inevitable fight wouldn't damage the smuggled goods. She'd left them strewn all over the floor of the chamber, intending to repackage them at a more convenient time. A couple of minutes later, she climbed out of the service tunnel with Fern and Oriana into the passageway to the hold. Bryce and Darius emerged next, and then Parthenia and Nala. No one had spotted Castiel moving between the levels. He was still somewhere amongst the artworks, luxurious furnishings, drug shipments, and the rest of the stolen and illegal cargo. Bryce would remain at the hold's only exit after Carina locked it. As well as being a second gun, if Castiel managed to cast Unlock, he would be a physical barrier to the Dark Mage's escape. Carina and the children would form a line and walk slowly across the chamber, searching the hold. They should be able to capture Castiel easily. The hold looked the same as it had when she'd left it. The place was a real mess. She hadn't tried to be tidy as she'd unwrapped the many packages. She'd been too keen to discover what they contained. Among the many objects, empty boxes, netting and discarded packaging, there were many places to hide. In the corner stood the mech. She gestured to her siblings to spread out along the nearest wall. Parthenia went to one corner and Fern to the other. When they had all formed a line, she swept her arms forward. They began to walk. The white carpet wrapping lay across her path. She lifted it with the toe of her boot and peered underneath it. Nothing. To her right, Oriana overturned a box. It was empty. Parthenia pressed lumps in the carpet with her feet. Fern peered into the footwell of a desk. Darius looked behind a painting propped against a trunk. The searchers worked in silence, moving items quietly to avoid giving Castiel notice of their approach. Tension stretched taut in the hush, the gentle rustle and scrape as objects were moved the only noise. By the time they'd crossed half the room, Carina's heart was in her mouth. Each passing second she expected Castiel to leap from his hiding place and try to make his escape. Or had he already transported? As she advanced, she held her weapon in one hand and her open elixir flask in the other. Castiel was spiteful and evil enough to cast Split if he was cornered, and she dreaded not being able to repel it in time. A flurry of movement disturbed the mess of cargo. Nala screamed. In another second, she was gone, dragged down by her ankle into a jumbled pile of boxes. Carina flew toward the spot and ripped them away. Castiel was holding Nala around her waist. In his other hand, he held a canister. His eyes were closed. "No!" Carina yelled. She lunged at the two of them, but her hands snatched empty air. Chapter 9. They crowded into the elevator. Bryce had made the sensible suggestion that their priority now was to protect the bridge. The hub of the ship's operations, it was the place Castiel could do the most harm. Carina was uncertain Castiel knew how to fly and navigate a starship, but she couldn't deny the potential damage her half-brother could do from there. The thought of Nala as the creep's captive made her sick to her stomach. The sweet girl had been the butt of all Castiel's bitterness and rage, built up over years of growing up without special powers in a family of mages. Who knew what he was currently doing to his younger sister, taking out his revenge on her, not only for her abandonment of him, but also all he had suffered at the hands of the Dirksons. Darius began to sob. He pushed his face into his little chubby hands and wailed. "Hey," said Bryce, squatting down and hugging him. "Don't worry, we'll get her back." "He's feeling everything we're feeling," Carina explained. "All of us, even you, I think." The knowledge that Darius was a sponge to all the despair and sadness among the group made her feel wretched, but she didn't know what to do about it, except to make Castiel give Nala up. Then they would deal with him. The elevator stopped and the doors opened. The bridge door was closed, but that didn't mean a whole lot. When Carina approached it, it didn't respond. "I set it to only open for me," said Bryce. He pressed his palm against the panel and the door slid to one side. The bridge was empty. "Thank the stars for that," Bryce said, walking immediately to the captain's interface. "I'll restrict access to—" "Where's the elixir?" exclaimed Parthenia. Carina swiveled to face the spot she'd seen the container. It was gone. She groaned. Castiel must have used his last mouthful of elixir to transport himself and Nala to the bridge, intending to take over the ship, when he'd come across the unexpected prize. For the first time in all her encounters with Castiel, she began to feel afraid. From the looks on her siblings' faces, they felt the same fear. A dark mage with a large supply of elixir could wreak havoc. Fern clapped a hand over his mouth and his eyes widened. "The soil! That's right," said Carina. "He knows where it is. Go and get it, Fern. If he takes it all, we won't be able to make any more elixir. Then we'll never beat him. Go with him, Oriana. I don't want anyone moving around the ship alone." Fern and Oriana left. Even as a pair, Carina was concerned about them. Should they all travel around in a group in case Castiel struck again? She was confused, unnerved by the amount of power their brother now had over them. "I don't think he'll hurt any of us," said Parthenia. "He wants us to work for him, the same as father did." "If he hurts Nala, I'll kill him," said Carina. "Will you, Carina?" asked Darius, his teary eyes blinking. "Are you going to kill Castiel like mother killed father?" The comment froze her heart. Parthenia began to weep. "No," Carina said, "not like that." She had never been sure how much Darius had seen of his father's death aboard the Shura flagship Nightfall, when Ma had split her rapist and torturer in two. Too much, clearly. Yet the problem of what to do with Castiel if she caught him resurfaced, and catching him was the absolute priority now. He might spare the mages due to their usefulness to him, but the same didn't apply to Nala or Bryce. Their only value lay in emotionally blackmailing the mages to do his bidding, threatening to hurt them in order to exert pressure, exactly as his father had done. Yet he could use the mage siblings themselves for that. "But what will you do?" asked Parthenia. "Let's just concentrate on catching him first," said Bryce. "I know he's a terrible person," Parthenia persisted. "And I know he's hurt Nala, but I don't think you should kill him." "You don't think he deserves to die?" asked Carina. "What about all the people he killed when he went to war with the Dirksons?" She herself had seen a shuttle split during flight to crash in flames. "Haven't you also killed people in battle?" Parthenia asked in return. Carina couldn't answer. She had been responsible for more deaths than she could count, but that had been when she was a merc. She hadn't used her mage powers to kill then, and when Stefan Shura had forced her to, she'd felt dirty and disgusted with herself. Somehow, killing as a soldier felt cleaner and more honest. It felt fairer. But if she tried to articulate her reasoning to Parthenia, she was sure it would sound like a cop-out. "If the tables were reversed," she asked instead, "do you think he would spare you? You know his only concern for you is what you can do for him." "I don't know," said Parthenia. "I really don't know. Maybe the fact I'm his sister might count for something. But whatever the truth of it is, you can't execute something for a crime they might commit." "Damn it!" exclaimed Carina. "I only want to protect you all. You know how evil he is." Fern burst onto the bridge, gripping his backpack in both hands. "I've got it," he panted. "He didn't take it." Oriana was behind him. "That's something at least," said Carina. "Now we need to figure out a plan to catch him. It won't be easy now he's taken the elixir you made, but there's still only one of him and 5 of us." "Please don't kill him," begged Darius, his lower lip trembling and tears running down his cheeks again. "Are you going to kill Castiel?" Fern asked Oriana, his eyes round. In some ways, the siblings' attachment to their malevolent brother was touching. In others, it was extremely frustrating. "I haven't decided what I'm going to do. At the moment, it's beside the point." "I don't know about everyone else," Oriana said, "but I believe that would be wrong." "Yeah," said Fern. "It's not about him, Carina. It's about you." She glared at her brother. Then she gasped, "I know how to find him." Without another word, she ran out of the bridge and to the elevator. As the doors opened, she sprang out. She couldn't afford to waste a second. If Castiel realised the mistake he'd made, he could fix it easily. He already knew where Nala's cabin was. Carina sped through the open door into the room. Warm relief flooded her when she saw Nala's old clothes, which she'd worn in the weeks since leaving Langley Dirkson's estate, remained neatly folded on her bed. Silently thanking the stars that the little girl hadn't put the garments down the garbage chute as they deserved, Carina picked them up. Holding them under one arm, she opened her flask and took a sip of elixir. The locate cast zoomed in on a cabin in the crew's quarters. Carina didn't need to know if Castiel was there too. If he'd tied Nala up and left her there, he would be back eventually. Carina opened her eyes. Now all she had to do was transport herself. But something made her hesitate. Was it a trap? Had Castiel thought ahead and deliberately left Nala's clothes alone, knowing Carina would use them to find her? But so what if it was? Castiel could only cast, whereas she had a gun. She sipped elixir again and transported. Arriving in the cabin, Carina only had time for the briefest assessment of the situation. First she saw Nala, tied to a bed, a rag filling her mouth. Bruises besmirched the little girl's soft, clear skin. The rest of the room seemed empty, except Nala's gaze broke from Carina's and turned upward. There he was. Castiel crouched just below the ceiling, one foot on the open door of a cupboard and the other on the corner of the door jamb. One hand was pressed against the wall for support and the other held a flask. His eyes were closed. Carina had the opportunity for one good shot. It was all she'd ever needed. She fired. This time she did not miss. She made no effort to break his fall and relished the sound of his bones breaking as he hit the floor. Chapter 10. Castiel was not a quiet or compliant prisoner. After carrying him to the brig and reluctantly healing his broken arm, Carina avoided setting eyes on him as much as possible. She asked Bryce to take charge of feeding him and seeing that his other basic needs were met. She didn't want any of her brothers or sisters to visit him. She was worried their shared history might soften them to his wiles. Perhaps he would persuade one of them to set him free or give him elixir, which amounted to the same thing. All she could do to prevent that from happening was to keep a close eye on her siblings' activities, so she knew where most of them were most of the time. She didn't want to outright forbid visits to their eldest brother in case it had the opposite effect and encouraged them to defy her. Oriana and Fern were of an age where they liked to be contrary just for the sake of it, and though Parthenia seemed to have forgiven Carina for enthralling her, any further attempts at exerting control would not be well received. Rather than using heavy-handed tactics to keep her siblings away from Castiel, Carina was trying to employ softer means. She was trying to make their lives aboard the Zenobia as it travelled its slow, zigzagging journey to Ostalon pleasant and fun, and a distraction from their brother's deservedly isolated and lonely time in the brig. It wasn't easy. Her capacity to act as a replacement for Ma was limited. Since Nine-Eye had died, her life had been hard. Living on the streets between the ages of 10 and 16, she'd received no kindnesses or affection, heard no gentle words. Her days had been spent skulking in the shadows, avoiding detection and the brutal treatment usually meted out to gutter rats. And after Captain Speedle had rescued her and inducted her into the Black Dogs, things hadn't improved much. She'd been guaranteed a full belly and creds at least, but mercs were a tough lot, often bordering on psychotic. If you didn't give as good as you got, they would crush you for your weakness. No one wanted to be in a firefight with someone with no guts. Her experiences had left her messed up, she knew. She loved her siblings dearly, with the exception of Castiel, but sometimes she struggled to show it, especially when they were being exceptionally annoying. One activity she'd instituted to build bonds between her and her little family was to tell them all she knew about mages. It was important they understood why they were going to Ostalon and what she hoped to discover there. Another activity she encouraged was for everyone to sit together for the main meals of the day. Though sometimes the bickering and whining, particularly of Oriana and Fern, made her grind her teeth, she did her best to not react. However, she would catch Bryce smiling in response to the faces she pulled. One dinner soon threatened to test her patience again. She had just asked Darius if he'd remembered to cast cloak over the ship that day, when Oriana dropped her cutlery with a clatter and suddenly burst into tears. Fern exhibited his characteristic brotherly love by rolling his eyes and saying, "For star's sake, what is it now?" It took several moments for Oriana to compose herself sufficiently to speak coherently. "I know it's stupid, but I don't know how old I am." This comment drew a confused silence around the table. "You're 12, the same age as me, you idiot," said Fern. "What's wrong with you? Are you getting space sick?" "Are we 12, though?" Oriana asked. "I'm sure our birthday was weeks ago. Now we've left Ithia, how can we tell how old we are? Ostalon and Pyrene both take longer to circle their suns. Their years were longer, though their days were shorter, and they had different names for the months." Though Oriana was over-emotional about it, her meaning was sound. Carina herself had only kept a rough tally of time passing after she'd left her home planet. Aboard the Duchess it hadn't been too hard to track the days and months according to ship time, but after she'd resigned to pursue her quest of discovering the mages on Ithia, things had become trickier. Even she wasn't sure if she was now 19. People who spent most of their lives aboard starships lived according to ship time. Most other folk rarely left their home planet, but those who lived on and off ships existed in a confusion. If they wanted to know their biological age, they could ask a splicer, but as far as Carina knew, they rarely did. Why did it matter how old you were? Why wasn't an approximation good enough? Carina's gut reaction to Oriana's outburst was similar to Fern's. She wanted to tell her sister off for being self-centered and silly, but she swallowed the harsh words that sprang to her lips. Perhaps there was more to Oriana's complaint than she was stating. Carina said, "I guess back at your home on Ithia birthdays were a big thing." Oriana nodded glumly. "We would have a party and cake, and Father would give us many presents." "It was about the only time he was nice to us," said Fern wistfully. Carina could only imagine how Stefan Schurer's pleasure at the anniversary of his children's births, the products of rape, would make Ma feel, but she kept quiet. It takes a great deal of cruelty and abuse to crush a child's love for its parent, and she guessed that by the time her siblings had grown old enough to notice what went on in their household, Stefan's behaviour had moderated somewhat. Despite all he'd done to them, there was a part of his children's hearts that missed him, as well as the luxurious life they had led in his care. "I have an idea," Carina said. "Let's have a birthday party now." "What?" Parthenia said. "For whom? How do you know whose birthday it is?" "Let's make it all our birthdays." Carina shrugged. "You can be 16, Bryce and I will turn 19, the twins can become 13, Nala will be 9, and Darius will be 7. "Woohoo!" Darius exclaimed. "I'm 7!" Parthenia went to speak, as if to pour cold water on the idea, but then her mouth closed and she smiled. "I think I'd like to be 16. "Then let's celebrate," Carina suggested. "Let's print a cake." "Cool!" exclaimed Oriana. "We'll put all our names on it. We can design it together." "I want chocolate," said Fern. "No, lemon butter cream," Oriana said. "You know I hate chocolate." "But everyone else likes it." That doesn't matter. It's my birthday and I can have what I want. That's the rule. The rule you just made up. Oriana, we're twins. We can't both have what we want if we share the same birthday, and today it's everyone's birthday anyway. I'm pretty sure you can program the printer to make a cake in multiple flavours, Carina pointed out. Oriana and Fern's jaws dropped open and their eyes popped. Multiple flavour cake would be great, said Parthenia. Let's go and make it. She got up from her seat at the dining table and led the children into the galley. When they'd gone, Carina said to Bryce, "Thank the stars for Parthenia. I don't know what I'd do without her. She really does a great job of looking after the other kids. She understands them better than I ever can. She grew up with them in that mansion prison on Ithia, and she probably had it the worst of them. Saw Stefan at his worst, I mean." Bryce touched her arm as it rested on the table. "Don't underestimate how much you mean to your brothers and sisters too. You're the missing piece in their lives. You're their source of knowledge about their magehood. You're the one who can teach them how to use their powers responsibly." "I suppose so, but even my knowledge is limited. I'm sure Nai knew 10 times more than I do. She just didn't live long enough to pass it all on. I sometimes wonder if trying to return to Earth is a fool's quest. I'm not even completely sure what I should be looking for on Ostalon, let alone where. Maybe it wasn't such a good idea to split up from Jace." Carina's lips tightened. The decision to part ways with the high-ranking mage had been argued over long and hard before her wishes were followed. As I said at the time, it was too risky to remain in his company. He was too noticeable. The tall, broad man with his black, shaggy hair and beard was too attention-grabbing, in her opinion. "Well, he's probably found a way back to Ostalon too by now. Maybe our paths will cross again." "But what about you, Bryce? You've thrown in your lot with us mages despite all the risks. What about your family on Ithia? Won't they be wondering what's happened to you?" "I've sent a packet telling them I'm going on a long voyage. They won't worry about me." He took her hand. "I haven't thrown in my lot with a bunch of mages for no reason. I'm here for you. The kid magicians are just a bonus." Carina smiled and leaned forward to kiss him. It wasn't long before they were interrupted, as always. Parthenia headed the delegation just come from the galley. "Nala wants to put Castiel's name on the cake." "Nala?" said Carina. "The same Nala who Castiel beat and tied up only a few weeks previously. She says that even though he's been a bad boy, he's still our brother, and it's still his birthday." Nala could be seen peeking around Parthenia, watching for Carina's reaction. The rest of the children clustered behind her. "Right," Carina said. "And what do the rest of you think?" Parthenia shrugged. "I stopped thinking about Castiel as a brother a long time ago." Fern stepped forward. "I don't care, but I'll do it if it'll make Nala happy." "I say no," Oriana exclaimed. "Castiel's an asshole." "I don't think we should either," Darius piped up. "I can feel him, and he's not sorry for anything he's done." Carina agreed with the general sentiment. She called Nala forward and took the little girl's hands in her own. Was she hankering for the days when it was her and Castiel against their mage siblings? Carina had never considered how Nala felt about being the only one of the brothers and sisters who had no mage powers. She hoped it wouldn't make her sister twisted and bitter as it had Castiel. "It's nice of you to think of Castiel," Carina said. "One day, if he becomes a better person and apologizes for hurting you, he can be with us as a family again. But today isn't that day. Do you understand?" Nala looked at her toes. "Yes." Their dispute settled, the children went back to making their cake. "You handled that well." "Did I?" She wasn't so sure. She worried that Nala's childish, confused loyalties would get them all in trouble. Have you decided what we're going to do with the prick when we get to our destination? Carina had returned to the problem again and again since putting Castiel in the ship's brig, but she was no closer to a solution, and she didn't have long. In another 3 days they would arrive at Ostalon. Chapter 11. Months had passed since they'd been on Ostalon. As Carina sat at the pilot station inputting the final set of coordinates that would put Zenobia in high orbit around the Dirksen-controlled planet, she wondered what had happened there while she'd been gone. They had left behind a war-torn, ravaged world, struggling to rebuild after barely repelling the Shura invasion attempt. Had the Dirksens aided in the planet's recovery, or had they abandoned it, deciding the expense was not worth the potential profit? Carina hoped it was the latter. It would make her job so much easier. Darius wandered onto the bridge, as he often did when the children were practicing their casting. Carina had taught them all she knew during their trip, and Darius had soaked it all up with ease. She knew the practice sessions bored him, so she didn't mind too much when he played hooky. Nala was already here too. She had taken to investigating the Zenobia's database while the other children practiced their mage skills, immersing herself for hours. She particularly seemed to love gazing at the blueprints of the ship. Carina sometimes wondered if the little girl was finding places to hide in case Castiel turned on her again. Darius stood beside Carina and draped an arm lazily over her shoulders. "What are you doing?" She was seated, and as she glanced at him standing over her, Carina could have sworn the boy had grown 5 or 6 centimetres in a few weeks. He would have his father's height, and he was a negative of Stefan Schurer's colouring, but luckily he hadn't inherited the man's temperament. "I'm setting our final heading." Darius heaved a sigh and rested his head on her shoulder. "What's up? Are you sad our trip will soon be over?" "Kinda. It's been fun living on the ship all together." "It has, hasn't it?" She gave her little brother a hug. "If you forget about the beast in the brig," said Bryce from the captain's seat. "Yeah." Now it was Carina's turn to sigh. "I liked learning all about what it is to be a mage. So much of what the spirit mage taught me makes sense now. All the old stories and the lore. I hope I can take her place one day and pass on what I know." "You do?" "I think there's a lot she didn't tell you. She said you would have to live with her for years so she could train you to take over from her." "But maybe I can learn the rest of it on Earth. If that's where we come from, I bet the stories are still there. The mages must have left some things behind when they left. Information on systems." "That was thousands of years ago. It's hard to recover data that old. It's even hard to find data from a few decades ago." "Then maybe there will be books, like the religious book on Ostalon you told us about, Carina." "Maybe. Maybe mages are living there still. I'm not sure they all left. It's even possible more have appeared within the population, and if they found the historical sources relating to the mages who were driven away, they might have learned how to cast. They might even have invented new casts, like I did." "I thought you only invented one, the cloak cast." The little boy looked away. "I know I was supposed to be practicing, but—" "It's okay. I don't mind. What did you invent?" She wistfully hoped it was a cast for disappearing dark mage brothers, but she doubted it. "I call it guise. It's kind of like cloak in that it hides you, but it hides you by making you look like someone else." "Uh-huh," said Carina, sitting upright and turning widened eyes to Bryce. "Can you give us a demonstration?" "Sure." Darius removed his elixir flask from the belt around his waist and sipped the liquid. His eyes shut, he took one step backward. For a moment, nothing happened. Carina began to wonder if Darius's new cast was all in his 7-year-old mind. She didn't doubt his ability, but in every other way he was still a young child. Then he turned into Bryce. It wasn't a gradual transformation where he grew taller and his face changed shape. One moment he was himself, and the next a perfect copy of Bryce. The real Bryce was so astounded he stood up. Carina laughed with delight. "Say something, Darius." "What do you want me to say?" He sounded like himself, so she figured the cast only extended to the Mage's appearance. "How long will you stay like that? Can you turn it off when you want?" "No, I stay like this as long as the cast lasts. Just a few minutes. I can't control when it stops, and I have to be able to see the person to do it. I know because I tried to turn into different people when I was alone in my cabin. I thought about how they looked, but it didn't work. I have to make a copy of someone I can see right then. I tried it out by peeking at you guys around a corner and then casting." The restriction fit within the natural laws that seemed to apply to casting. Though it wasn't always impossible to cast at something you couldn't see or had no tangible relationship to, it was hard, and sometimes it was impossible. Darius might eventually refine his skill so he could create a guise of someone he couldn't see, but he clearly hadn't developed the ability yet. "Can you do a quick lap? I'd love to see how I walk." Darius took a stroll around the bridge, producing fits of laughter from Carina and Bryce. "Not bad, but of the two of us, I think I'm better looking." The bridge door opened and Oriana and Fern burst in. "What?" said Oriana, holding Fern back with one arm, her mouth remaining open. Her gaze switched between the two Bryces. "I'm the real one," said Bryce. "No, I am," piped Darius. "This is too freaky," Fern exclaimed. "It's Darius's new cast," said Carina. "It should wear off soon." "That is so cool," Oriana said. "You'll have to teach us how to do it." "I can try." Darius's attempts to teach the cloak cast had failed. Even Carina couldn't learn it. All the mages could write the character, but when they sent it out, nothing happened. Carina didn't know why that was so, but she suspected the same would be true of guys. "We've finished today's practice," Fern said. "Can we go to lunch now?" "Yes, and while we're eating we can talk. We only have a few hours until we arrive at Ostalon, and I want to tell you all what will happen then." "Don't we get to decide anything?" asked Oriana, pouting. "We've talked about this stuff for weeks. I've listened to everyone's opinions, but I'm making the final decisions, and that isn't negotiable. Sorry." Carina was aware the children may think she was overbearing, but she was happy to have that reputation if it meant keeping them safe. Oriana snorted her disapproval and stomped off the bridge. Fern tutted and followed her, his hands clenched at his sides. Carina wondered which of his bossy, difficult sisters bothered him the most. The children had become adept at using the food printer, and they'd thoroughly familiarized themselves with the copious supplies aboard the ship. They made 2 meals per day in a chaotic mess of banter and minor bickering that nevertheless resulted in delicious dishes everyone liked. Bryce took Castiel his food while the children laid the table for what would be their penultimate meal aboard the Zenobia. There was no question they must leave the ship behind when they arrived at Ostalon. Carina had searched the place high and low, even venturing into the accessible sections of the engines, but she'd been unable to discover the tracker. If they didn't leave the ship, its smuggler owner would catch up with them eventually, and she would rather face the Schurers or the Dirksons. This was the first decision Carina explained to her sisters and brothers, and it was met with predictable complaints. After weeks of moving from place to place, hiding out from their pursuers, the children had settled into living aboard the starship and had probably come to feel like it was home. This sense was heightened by the Zenobia also mimicking their first home in terms of luxurious fittings and supplies. Yet the disgruntlement over leaving the ship was soon forgotten, however, when Nala asked, What's going to happen to Castiel? The conversation paused, and 5 pairs of eyes focused on Carina. Just the mention of the kid's name made her angry and fearful. I've thought about this a lot. My first idea was to abandon him on an isolated planet. He's a mage, so he would survive. But I didn't want to divert our journey any more than I already was, and I realised I was only postponing the problem of his existence. All the habitable planets in this sector are settled, as far as I know, so wherever we left him he would find a way to leave the place in the end. He would return to the Dirksons or Shurers, or perhaps he would create his own evil organisation and come after us when he has more backup. So that idea was out. The only other option that allows us to get rid of him is to hand him back to the Dirksons and hope they limit his influence. They certainly don't seem to hold him in high esteem. But they hate mages. They proved that on Pyrene. They would encourage him to find us, so the second option gives the same result. Carina took a breath and said glumly, I've been forced to conclude the safest way of dealing with Castiel is to keep him with us. We'll have to do our best to keep him restrained and deny him any access to elixir. For how long? Asked Parthenia. Carina couldn't tell how her sister felt about the decision. Parthenia had learned to hide her emotions as a survival strategy while growing up in a dysfunctional, abusive household. Yet all along it had been she who had wanted to capture Castiel and prevent him from hurting anyone, so Carina thought she would be pleased they would be doing exactly that. But then, who would be happy about spending what could be the rest of their lives in their evil brother's company? For as long as we must, Carina finally replied. Maybe when we get to Earth we'll find a way to remove his powers. That would be the best solution, but I don't know if it's possible. Parthenia seemed satisfied at least, because she didn't say anything else. The others appeared shocked, as if Carina's decision had been the last one they'd thought she would make. Bryce returned to the dining room. He took one look at the expressions on everyone's faces and said, I guess you told them Castiel's coming along for the ride. Chapter 12. Preparing to leave the Zenobia had taken much longer than Carina had anticipated. Everything in the hold had been returned to roughly its original state, but they also had to take clothes, supplies, and elixir to last them several weeks on the surface. If they could find what they needed to set them on the right track for Earth without having to take jobs to survive, that would be ideal. Nevertheless, though gathering everything they would need took several hours, she had been pleased with the speed and efficiency with which the children completed the task. She had expected more bickering and attachment to favoured but non-essential items, yet they seemed to be overcoming their pampered upbringing at last. Not only that, their mage powers had improved considerably on the journey. This was in part due to the habit of meditation she had instilled in them, something Ma had entirely and necessarily neglected. They knew all about the elements, the seasons, and the strokes, and their daily recall of them honed their casting skills. The rituals surrounding the map had been the hardest part. She knew only too well how challenging the task was for young minds. But though her brothers and sisters' lives on Ithia had been soft in many ways, their regular education had been rigorous, and this experience seemed to help them with memorizing the star points within a 3D frame. All in all, she anticipated a better experience for them than they had known before as they undertook their search. Her group wasn't only a family, it was a skilled team, each member lending their strengths to aid in achieving their purpose, to find the true home of mages. Now all was packed and ready. The Zenobia only carried a couple of emergency shuttles, and they were too small to fit everyone and their baggage, so she was preparing to fly the ship itself to the surface. She'd contemplated asking Darius to transport them down, but she worried that something might go wrong. She didn't want them to become separated, especially somewhere where other people might be roaming and could spot one of them materializing from nowhere. As long as Darius's cloak continued to work, the ship wouldn't be observed as she descended, but the effects of landing a large ship anywhere other than the specially prepared surface of a spaceport would be unmissable. As soon as the Zenobia landed, they would need to get away from her as fast as they could. The children were on their way to a section near the ship's exit that contained safety seats for passengers. Bryce was with them, but he would take a detour to collect Castiel from the brig. He had fashioned a pair of handcuffs for the dark mage to wear. It wasn't much, but it was the best they could do to keep him under control. Once they were on the surface, Carina and Bryce would be forced to sleep in shifts to keep an eye on him. She picked a spot 15 clicks or so from the capital, where she had first discovered the religious cult that held the secrets to mage history on Ostalon. They would transport to the outskirts of the city as soon as they landed. When Darius's cloak wore off and the starship appeared in the middle of nowhere, questions would be asked, but that was not Carina's concern. Nothing remained aboard that could link the ship with her siblings, or Bryce. She moved to activate the descent sequence. She had deliberately chosen an area of airspace that was free of traffic. The chances of something colliding with the invisible ship were slim, but still not worth taking. The pilot's interface flashed a message. A hail had arrived. Her hand froze over the console. Who could be hailing them? The originator field on the message was blank. Who could have seen through Darius's cloak? She didn't think it was possible for even a mage to penetrate the cast. Could it be Jace? She had never plumbed the depths of his mage abilities. He belonged to the Mage Council, but that was all she knew. But if it was Jace, why didn't he say so in the message? Unless he wasn't sure who he was hailing. She opened the message, but only as audio from her side. A round-faced man wearing a bright blue hat with an iridescent sheen appeared.
"I am disappointed,"
said the man in a rich, deep voice.
"I was looking forward to seeing the thief who stole my ship. You are wise to keep your identity secret, but your efforts are in vain. I will look upon you soon enough. Until then, I will bide my time thinking of the slowest and most painful way to kill you. If you do not resist boarding, perhaps I'll be kind and do it quickly."
The interface screen turned black. For a beat, she only stared at it. The smuggler had found his ship, but how? Had the tracker penetrated even Darius's cast? And why had the smuggler given a warning he was about to board? If he anticipated a fight to take back the ship, he'd lost the advantage of surprise. The Zenobia's short-range scanners reported a starship bearing down on them, fast. She could only guess the smuggler wasn't confident he had the numbers to take the ship. He had no idea how many were aboard or who he might come across. The ship could be carrying a couple hundred mercs for all he knew. He'd opened a parley to avoid a fight. After all, it was his own ship he was trying to take back, so he had a good reason to try to avoid damaging it. Whatever the smuggler decided to do, it was clearly time to abandon the ship. She took out a pouch filled with small items. In preparation for their return to Ostalon, she had told the children to gather things they could use to locate each other, in case they became separated. She took out a shoelace and wrapped it around her hand. Darius was in the elevator. She couldn't send to a quickly moving target, so she would have to wait for him to leave the car. A high-pitched alarm sounded. It was coming from outside the bridge too, blaring throughout the ship. The interface stated proximity alert and switched to a map showing the Zenobia and a second ship approaching it fast. The display stated 30 seconds to contact. The kids and Bryce were heading to the exact place the Zenobia would be boarded. and they had no idea what was going on and no time to prepare a defence. "Carina?" said a voice in her head. Darius was sending to her. "What's that noise?" "We're about to be boarded. The ship's owner has caught up with us. Can you transport us all to the surface?" All the mages had the ability to transport themselves, but without a frame of reference they would end up in different places. "Oh, okay," was all Darius said, though his mental tone betrayed his anxiety. "We're above open farmland right now. Try to keep us together if you can." Her bag containing her belongings and flasks of elixir was next to her seat. She leaned over to grab it. As her fingers reached out, she felt herself transported. The next second she fell and hit the ground with a bump. She was sitting in a hayfield in bright sunshine, her hand gripping her bag. Relieved she'd managed to bring it with her, she stood up. Where were the others? Shading her eyes with her hand, she swept the field with her gaze. In the empty, flat landscape, it didn't take her long to spot figures standing in the tall grass, even though they were some distance away. Perhaps due to their separation aboard the ship, Darius's cast had flung her 300 or 400 meters away from her companions. She slung her heavy bag over her shoulder and set off toward them. This area of Ostalon reminded her of the prairie on Pyrene, where the mages had held their matching, only this was a farmed landscape. She was wading through grass and wild flowers, but grain crops grew in other fields, and an autonomous harvester sat on the horizon. If she had her bearings right, the city lay to the north, behind her. The sun sat in a clear blue sky to her left. They had about an hour until sunset, when they would have to find somewhere to spend the night. Above her, the Zenobia's owner and its crew would be searching the ship. Eventually they would wonder what had happened to the thieves who had stolen her, flown all the way to Ostalon, and vanished into thin air. Chapter 13. "It's okay," said Carina. "Really." Darius was distraught. He was so upset she felt like a spirit mage herself, because she could almost sense the waves of negative emotion coming off of him. "I just forgot," he repeated. "I could have transported him, but he wasn't with us, so—" "We were surprised and in a hurry. It's no one's fault." If it was anyone's fault, it was hers. Darius was 7. She was the adult. It was her responsibility to remind him if something was important. "Let's walk a little before we go into the city." She wanted to wait until dusk before their next jump to the city's outskirts. Transporting into an unknown area held the risk of their sudden appearance being noticed by bystanders. The failing light would hide them somewhat and still allow time to find somewhere to sleep. Everyone gathered their bags before the group set off walking north. She didn't blame Darius for failing to transport Castiel from the ship, but the fact that he remained there worried her. The round-faced smuggler would have discovered him by now, and she had no idea what Castiel would tell the man to explain his presence. Knowing Castiel, his story would be self-aggrandizing, despite his incarceration in the brig. He would probably make something up about overwhelming forces attacking him, not his big sister picking him off like a bug on the ceiling. But what would he tell them about mages? Had he learned from his experience with the Dirksons? Would he keep the knowledge of his powers to himself? She couldn't guess. His capacity for boasting seemed infinite and might overwhelm his instinct for self-preservation. Not that she cared the slightest for his welfare, but his blabbing could endanger all of them. If the smuggler learned what Castiel could do and that more people with his abilities had magicked themselves down to Ostalon, the man would come after them. Smugglers didn't only deal in artifacts, they were also known to traffic humans. Bryce gave her a sideways hug. "I hope our prospects aren't as bad as you seem to think." "Do I look that stressed?" In answer, he placed his thumb against the skin between her eyebrows and gently rubbed. She smiled and felt her face relax. I think we'll be okay. No one saw us transport here. That's a good start.
Don't tell me you're worried about that little shit we left on the ship.
Not about him exactly, but the danger he poses.
Can't Darius transport him here in that case? I mean, I'd rather not, but if it helps.
She shook her head. A moving ship is too hard to target. I doubt even Darius could do it. If Castiel tells the Zenobia's owner about us, and that guy decides to track us down. Bryce frowned and peered at the spot between her eyebrows again. He lifted his hand, but she laughed and pushed it down. I get it, she said.
We'll have plenty of time for worrying about it if the smuggler comes after us. Anyway, how would he find us?
It might be hard, but it's not impossible. I didn't anticipate the possibility of leaving Castiel behind. We might have left something on the ship he could use to locate one of us. I mean, we did a pretty good job of removing or cleaning everything we used, but we were aboard for weeks. It isn't easy to live somewhere so long and leave no trace of your presence. She let out a deep breath. But you're right. There's no point in worrying about it now. We'll have to face that problem if we come to it. I got a good look at the guy's face, and I'll recognize him if I see him again. They walked on in silence toward the grey line on the horizon that was the edge of the city. Her anxious mood began to ease. It was good to be planet-side again, surrounded by grass and feeling the sun on her skin. Perhaps everything would go smoothly. They would find what they needed without too much trouble and embark on their new journey quickly, leaving Ostalon, the Dirksons, the Sherers and Castiel behind forever. An hour or so later, when the children were beginning to murmur about resting and eating, and the sun had disappeared below the horizon, Bryce asked,
"Is that smoke?"
In the oncoming dusk it was hard to tell whether he was right or if it was only low clouds, but a grey pall hung over the city. "I don't know," said Carina. "Maybe." If it was smoke, it wasn't a good sign for the state of Ostalon. In their hour of walking, the only living things they'd encountered had been bugs, lizards, and a single grazing animal who appeared to be lost. Machines for weeding and harvesting stood in the fields, idle and likely broken down. The farm work had been automated, the Dirksons having stolen the Ostalonians' land and not even provided them with jobs in return. Yet she was surprised by the absence of people. The fact that they'd encountered absolutely no one, considering they were close to a large city, implied that Ostalon hadn't begun to recover from the Sherers' attack. "Let's transport the rest of the way," she suggested. "Thank the stars for that!" Oriana exclaimed. "My feet feel like they're about to drop off." "Then you won't mind volunteering to cast for all of us." "Huh? All 6 of us?" The whites of Oriana's eyes stood out in the deepening gloom as she displayed her surprise. "I can't do that." "I think you can. It's the same as transporting 1 or 2 people, just with greater oomph."
"Oomph," said Bryce. "Is that a special mage word?"
"Why can't Darius do it?" asked Oriana. "Yeah," said Fern. "I'm not sure I trust Oriana to transport me anywhere." "Shut up," Oriana said. "I bet I can transport more people than you." "No way." "Both of you shut up," said Carina, wondering to herself what she'd been thinking earlier when she'd imagined her siblings had matured. "Oriana, this is a good opportunity for you to practice transporting several people. If you get it wrong, we can locate each other easily with our collections of personal items." Oriana said, narrowing her eyes at Fern. "I'll try. Where do you want me to aim for?" Carina indicated a position near the city, but still several hundred meters from its edge, though the distance might not be necessary. As night approached, no street lights had come on that might betray their sudden appearance out of the blue. "Right," said Oriana, opening her elixir canister. "Everyone, hold your stuff tight. Ready?" The next instant the scene jumped, and Carina found herself looking at a scene of utter devastation.
Oriana whooped.
"I did it!" Carina swung around and jumped on her sister, clamping a hand over her mouth. "Be quiet, you idiot!" Oriana's eyes were apologetic above Carina's hand. When Carina released her, she whispered, "Sorry." Carina returned her attention to the destroyed city. Not a building she could see remained whole. In some cases, only piles of rubble stood in their place, detritus at the bottom of a gap in the street's facade. The places that were standing did so precariously, aslant, as if about to topple at any moment. And Bryce had been correct. Over it all hung a cloud of smoke from a distant conflagration. She could smell the stench of burning plastic, and stars knew what else in the air. She recalled the state of the city when they'd left, which had been bad enough, but somehow things seemed to have gotten worse in the intervening time. Had the Shearers returned to finish off the number they'd done on the Dirksen planet? She didn't comment on what was evident to everyone. "Come on, let's go. It's getting dark and we don't have anywhere to sleep yet." The group began to trudge across the short distance of wasteland that lay between them and the ruined houses. Their pleasant walk through the countryside had come to an end. Now they walked toward darkness and destruction. What had happened to Langley Dirksen and her two-faced son Rhys? Did their estate still exist, or had the Shearers bombed it to smithereens? Knowing how self-serving Langley was, she and Rhys were probably long gone. Carina surveyed the destruction. The scene in front of her was depressing enough, but she had a greater concern. How could they expect to find information about the origin of mages in this wrecked and chaotic place? Chapter 14. As they walked down the centre of a street that appeared to lead toward the city centre, avoiding bricks, broken concrete, and other remains of buildings that littered the sidewalk, Carina became aware of their mistake. Not many people were about, but those who were found her group very interesting. They were attracting attention wherever they passed, and it wasn't a good kind of attention. She saw hungry, envious looks coming from the shadows where Ostalonians lurked. Bryce had noticed them too. "Looks like we're famous or something." "I don't think it's that," Carina replied. "At least, I hope not." It wasn't impossible the Dirksens might have thought the mages could return to Ostalon, but it seemed unlikely. A move like that would be mad if it weren't for the information on mage clans the place held, and the Dirksens couldn't know anything about it. "It's our clothes," she decided. They were all wearing clothes taken from the Zenobia. The children had altered theirs to make them fit, but they were essentially the same, made from rich, costly fabrics. By contrast, everyone else in the residue of a city was dressed in rags. Either they had nothing better to wear, or they weren't stupid enough to dress expensively in a place full of starving looters. "Shit," said Bryce. "You're right, but it isn't just the clothes, it's our bags. Look at everything we're carrying out in the open, like we're asking for it all to be taken off our hands." "Are those people following us?" Parthenia asked. Carina looked back. A handful of men and women had joined their path down the centre of the street. They were looking directly at her group, making their intent clear. She turned to face ahead again. The road stretched onward without bend or corner. Running into one of the derelict buildings would be madness. They would be trapped if the building didn't fall on them. Neither could they transport out of the situation. The Dirksens might be unaware the mages had returned, but the first report of strangely dressed people vanishing into thin air would soon alter their misconception. "Bryce," Carina murmured, "I think it's time we showed our admirers what they're up against." She reached into a long bag she carried so he would get her meaning. He was carrying a similar bag. She took out the Dirksen pulse rifle. She turned around and began to walk backward, aiming at the goons on their tail while Bryce focused on the road ahead. "Carina," said Nala nervously. "It's fine," she replied. "Don't worry. Everything's going to be fine." 1 minute passed and then another. They'd hit upon a major thoroughfare that showed no signs of coming to an end. And though after catching sight of the guns their followers hadn't drawn closer, others had joined them. It was crazy. As far as Carina could see, none of them was armed. The Dirksens had done a great job of disarming the local population. If they attacked, some were sure to die. Yet they seemed willing to take the chance and hope it wouldn't be them. Things had gotten desperate on Ostalon.
"So, how long do we do this?"
Bryce asked. The city was darkening as night fell. Dark clouds scudded across the indigo sky, shading out the starlight. Soon everyone would be navigating mostly by sound, and if it came to a firefight, Carina didn't want to risk accidentally shooting one of the kids or Bryce. "We just need to find somewhere to stay the night."
"I don't think these good people are interested in letting us sleep."
She racked her brains for an idea on how to get out of the situation. She was fast realizing it would have been safer for them to sleep out in the open, beyond the city outskirts, rather than enter it at night. She glanced over her shoulder. They were coming up to a side street. Perhaps if they could get off the main drag, they could escape down the Warren-like lanes she remembered carved through that part of the city. Even if they couldn't escape, they could lose their pursuers long enough to transport without being seen. "We're taking the next left," she said. Despite the gun muzzles staring them in their faces, the people following had begun to edge closer. In the shadowy light, she saw looks of tense, fearful anticipation on some of the faces, as if the individuals were steeling themselves to make the first move. It wouldn't be long before one of them worked up the courage. Her glance forward had revealed Ostalonians walking slowly in front of them too. If things were different, she would be tempted to take out a member of the crowd with a stun shot just to warn them off. But she had a feeling the city dwellers were so starved and desperate, firing on them would break the tension and trigger an attack. They turned into the next street. Narrower and darker, it concentrated their pursuers into a knot. They had drawn so close the mages would not have time to stop and cast before they were set upon. She mentally cursed. She didn't want to kill anyone, and neither did she want to draw attention to themselves, but it was looking like she didn't have a choice. All her other options involved risking the kid's safety. Bryce seemed to have read her thoughts.
"It's time we made a stand."
"You're right. In another 10 paces, we halt." She counted down her steps. When she reached 0, she stopped walking. The Ostalonians were so close each face was distinct to her in the low light. They were dirty and unkempt, and their eyes sunk into their sockets. "Get back," she told them firmly, "or we'll shoot." "Give us your stuff," said a man wearing a black hat pulled down low over his eyes. "And we'll leave you alone." "You've got food in those bags," a woman wrapped in a shawl said. "I can smell it. Share some with us. That's all we want. We're starving."
"We don't have enough to share," said Bryce. "We only have enough for ourselves." "If you won't share," the man in the hat said, "we'll take it, all of it, and you'll have nothing." Despite the man and woman's words, it was clear the mob would take every scrap of food they had the minute Carina and Bryce lowered their weapons, and probably hurt or even kill them in the process. "If any of you take a step closer, I'll shoot to kill," she said. "Leave us alone. I'm sorry you're hungry, but it isn't our fault. Go ask the Dirksens why they aren't helping you." The woman spat.
We haven't seen those bastards for weeks. They don't give a shit about us. I have kids at home who'll die soon if I don't get them something to eat. If you kill me, at least I won't have to go home and face them empty-handed." "Maybe we should give them something," said Parthenia. The woman's words had moved Carina too. If it weren't for the certainty that the mob would overwhelm them, she would have already helped her. But she couldn't. She also had kids to protect. She didn't reply, only took aim at the crowd. "These people are under the protection of the Temple of Lomek," said a woman's voice, clear and strong. Carina turned toward the speaker. A woman in priestess robes stood there, her back to the mages and her hands raised, facing the mob. "Step back or face her wrath." Not a soul moved. "I command you to step back." The crowd shifted and murmured. "But we're hungry, and they have food," a voice shouted. "Why has Lomek provided for them and not us?" "It is not your place to question her ways," the priestess replied. "But if you wait, I will bring out what little we can spare. Be patient. Do not fight each other. Show dignity and grace, or Lomek will not hear your prayers." The priestess gazed at Carina's group for a moment and then turned and walked into the building. Carina recognized it as the same place she'd slept in after escaping from Langley Dirksen. The entrance was open and she could see garish paintings on the walls in the lamplight.
"I guess we're supposed to follow her,"
said Bryce. "That would seem like a good idea," Parthenia agreed. The priestess's words hadn't had the desired effect on everyone in the crowd. As Carina moved to go with the others into the temple, the man in the black hat flew at her. She heard his quick footsteps and saw him run up. She could get a shot off before he reached her, but her gun was set to kill, and she didn't have time to change the setting. Instead, she turned the rifle around, waited a beat for the man to come near enough, and then cracked the butt against his skull. As he hit the ground, she cast a glance at the remaining Ostalonians. No one else was feeling brave any longer. She walked into the temple. Chapter 15. When they were out of sight of the crowd and within the inner temple, the priestess turned and lowered her hood. "If you have food, you must give it to me. Not all of it, but some. If I don't take some food out to them, they will attack."
"What about the wrath of Lomek?"
Bryce asked. "Her wrath will descend in the next life," replied the priestess. "Not this one. Sometimes people's viewpoints are short-sighted, especially when they haven't eaten for days." "We're happy to give you what we can spare," said Carina. "I didn't realize things were so bad." "You didn't?" The priestess sounded incredulous. "Where have you been living for the last few months?" An uncomfortable look passed among the group members. Instead of answering, Carina directed her attention to her siblings. "Give the lady some food. Everyone's carrying some. Give her half of what you have." "Half?" said Fern. "But what if we run out?" "If we run out, we'll find some more." The answer didn't satisfy Fern, but, like the others, he dropped his bag onto the floor and began to look through it. They quickly made a pile of random packages. Parthenia was taking most of the food out of her bag. "No," Carina said, touching her sister's arm. "Put some back." "I don't eat much. I can go for days without feeling hungry." "No, you can't. Put some back. I need you strong and healthy." "But those people are—" "Those people are not our problem or our responsibility," Carina interrupted with finality. "I know it sounds harsh, but it's true. All over the galactic sector, people will be starving due to this war between the Dirksens and the Shurers. Are you going to feed them all? We give what we can, but we look after ourselves too." Parthenia wore a defiant look that Carina hadn't seen for a while. but she did as Carina asked and reluctantly took some of the packages back, angrily thrusting them into the depths of her bag. When they'd divided up their food and donated half, the priestess put it into 2 bags which she lifted to carry out to the crowd. "Do you need protection?" Carina asked. The priestess smiled. "They won't hurt me. They know Lomek will punish them." While the woman was outside distributing the food, Carina and the others repacked their lightened bags. Losing half their food was a blow, but it was true that the mages had more options than the regular folk. "Is this where we're sleeping tonight?" Oriana asked, always the one to consider the state of her feet. "I hope so," replied Carina. "I think the priestess will feel obliged and will need somewhere to stay until the crowd disperses. I wouldn't put it past them to wait until we leave so they can take the rest of what we have. But we're also in the right place to find out some more information about mages." She had told the children about the connection she'd found between the Ostalonians' religion and mage law. "We can ask to look at their map," said Darius. "It won't be that easy," Carina said. "We have to tread carefully. The map and the characters are religious items to them, maybe sacred items. If we push too much, we might get kicked out, and tonight at least, that's something we need to avoid." When the priestess returned, it was she who made the suggestion that the group stay the night. "We only have this room to offer you. We have taken in a number of orphan children and the weak and elderly, but it will be safer for you to sleep here than on the street tonight." "This room will do us fine," said Carina. "We appreciate it. Then I will show you where you can wash up. You can show Fern, and he'll tell us later. The rest of us will prepare our bedding." Fern went with the priestess and the others pulled out their sleeping bags they'd made from fine fabrics available on the Zenobia. Carina suggested they sleep next to each other in one corner of the inner temple for warmth and for protection. She and Bryce would take turns keeping watch, just in case some starving Ostalonians lost their religious sentiment. When Fern returned, they ate a small meal, not knowing how long their halved rations might need to last. The priestess didn't visit them. They were alone for the night, and Carina's inquiries about the Temple of Lomak's religious artifacts would have to wait for the morning. "Can you tell us some more stories about mages before we go to sleep?" asked Nala. "Shh! Remember we can't speak freely. We aren't alone anymore, even though we might appear to be." "I don't think anyone is listening," said Oriana, who had just returned from the restroom. "The corridor is empty." Carina looked at the eager, expectant faces of her siblings. It probably wouldn't hurt to tell them something as long as she didn't use the word mages. "I can tell you what Ma told me when we were on the Nightfall." "I'd love to hear that," Parthenia said, her eyes shining in the torchlight. "Okay." Carina took a breath. Ma said that when our ancestors first came together as a group, they went to live on a remote mountaintop. There they could practice their skills in peace and quiet, away from the rest of humankind. They learned about the different things they could do. Maybe they even invented new ones, like Darius does. The little boy beamed. "What was it like living on the mountain?" Nala asked. "I don't know." Carina recalled her time at the Shura mountain stronghold. "Cold, I guess." "Very cold," said Bryce, sharing a look that told her he knew the subject of her thoughts. "The problem was," she continued, "the secret about where they were staying got out. People would journey into the mountains to try to find them, hoping to join them or receive instruction on how to do what they did. So our ancestors began to test everyone who turned up. If the visitor failed the test, they had to leave, and some perished on the way back. That was what began the true hatred for our kind. They were blamed for the deaths." But why didn't they let them in? Parthenia asked.
Because if they had, more would come,
explained Bryce. Though he didn't know the story, the answer was obvious.
Then your ancestors would have had to house and feed them all, and teach them and deal with their disappointment when they finally understood they didn't have the ability they desired. All your ancestors wanted was to be left alone to live their lives.
I guess that's kind of similar to the reason we can't give all our food away, Parthenia said. That's right, said Carina, relieved her sister was finally getting it. We have as much right to survive as everyone else. It feels selfish, but unless we have more than we need, we have to keep some back for ourselves. I wish I hadn't given away the cookies I made, Fern said wistfully. They were delicious. This brought a chuckle from the others. Don't worry, Carina said. I'm sure you'll get a chance to make some more one day. Will we find the mountain where our ancestors lived? Asked Oriana. It's been so long since they left Earth it might not be possible. Things will have changed a lot, even the climate. Magda, the spirit mage, said the climate had undergone a huge upheaval before our ancestors fled. But who knows? Maybe we will find the mountain home and the traces of the people who lived there. But that's going to be a long time from now, after a long journey. It's time you guys got some sleep. Bryce volunteered to take the first watch, so Carina lay down and shut her eyes. As she listened, one by one the children fell asleep, their breathing altering to a deep, regular pattern. But sleep would not come to her. She opened her eyes and turned over. Bryce faced away from her toward the outer door, sitting cross-legged with his rifle across his lap, his figure dark in the flickering light from the torches which were burning low. He must have heard her move because he looked over his shoulder and then got up and walked to her side. He lay down, moved his head close to hers and whispered, "Can't sleep?" She gave a slight shake of her head.
"I don't think I'll be able to sleep either."
The glow from a torch illuminated his face, and she saw an emotion that she shared. The two of them had not gotten to spend a single night alone together in all the weeks since the matching, when by an unspoken agreement they had chosen each other. Bryce put a hand on her waist and moved closer to kiss her. But as their lips met, the room exploded in a cacophony of noise and light. Someone screamed, "Get up!" Before Carina could figure out what was going on, large muscular hands grabbed her under her armpits. She snatched for her weapon, but she was dragged away and hauled to her feet. Men in odd clothes were grabbing the children, manhandling them out of their sleeping bags and kicking their elixir flasks out of reach. Bryce was wrestling with a bald, wiry man. She spun around, swinging her fist behind her, but her blow was deflected, hard, by the butt of a weapon. She heard a crack and feared her arm was broken. Nevertheless, she let her impetus carry her around and brought up her other fist to punch her assailant in the stomach. Her hand was caught in a larger one and crushed. She gasped with pain and saw her attacker for the first time. He was a giant, dressed in baggy, rich clothes like the rest. Through her pain, the source of the attack finally clicked in her mind. These were not starving Ostalonians or Dirksen troops, and neither did they look like priests of the temple. These were the smugglers' men. It was the only answer that made any sense. The giant released his bone-crushing grip on her hand, grabbed her shoulder, turned her roughly around, and shoved her against the wall. She could hear the frightened sobs and cries of her siblings, but there wasn't anything she could do to help them. The smuggler's man had her pressed so hard against the wall she thought her ribs would break. The cold, rough stone grated the skin off her cheek and jaw. She couldn't breathe and felt herself losing consciousness. Her wrists were gathered together and secured by a thin rope that dug into her flesh. Then, mercifully, the pressure on her back eased. A hand dragged her around again and pushed her backward. The giant bent down to run his hands over her legs, searching for weapons. She jerked her knee up, smashing it into his nose. His head snapped backward at the impact. When he rose, his face was a mask of blood and rage. His massive hand grabbed her jaw and twisted it, tugging at the skin and grinding her teeth together. He moved so close their noses nearly touched. Then he thrust her head sharply backward, bashing her skull into the wall. Black edged into her vision as pain exploded at the point of contact. She staggered and dropped to her knees.
"Carina, stop,"
Bryce pleaded.
"You're going to get yourself killed."
Warm blood trickled down her head onto her neck. She sagged forward. Bryce was right. They were outnumbered, and she was no match for this gigantic thug.
"Get up,"
said the smuggler's man. When she didn't comply fast enough, he heaved her to her feet with one hand. The children were already being forced out of the room, looking scared. Bryce was next to be pushed toward the doorway. His hands were tied behind his back too. She was the last to leave, her captor's hand heavy on her shoulder as he forced her out. Chapter 16. The van the smugglers' men put them in was windowless and smelly, and the ride was bumpy as they drove away fast through the city streets. The vehicle did not use the Agrav engine the Dirksons had introduced to the planet. It was an older model the men had dredged up from somewhere. Darius curled up close to Carina. She put an arm around him while trying to steady herself from the rocky movement with the other. Her head was pounding from the wound she'd sustained, and blood continued to trickle down her neck. "Where are we going?" asked Oriana. "What's happening?" Fern asked. "We'll find out soon enough," Carina said. "But I think Castiel is behind this, and the men are from the Zenobia." "Why can't he leave us alone?" Parthenia asked. "He probably wants us even more now," said Oriana. "We locked him away for weeks. He wants to get his revenge." "So do I," Carina said. "He kidnapped and hurt Nala, and that was after he tried to help the Dirksons catch us. He's lucky I didn't space him. I won't make the same mistake again." The van hit a pothole and lurched, sending them all crashing into each other. Nala squealed in fear.
"It's okay,"
Bryce said.
"It's just a bump."
"The people in the street will be happy we've left," Darius said. "They'll get all our food now." His words seemed to throw a dark cloud over the already miserable situation. No one spoke, and all Carina could think of was how every time they tried to escape from people who wanted to exploit them, something happened to drag them right back in again. It was doubly terrible that it was their own blood who was responsible for it. She couldn't understand why Castiel would think things would go differently for him this time. Had the smuggler promised him wealth and power in return for giving them up? It would have been clear to the Zenobia's owner that an interesting story lay behind the ship occupied by only one person who was locked in the brig. What tale had Castiel spun for them? Had the dark mage bargained for his freedom in return for his siblings? The van rumbled on, and Carina began to feel sick. Her headache, the stuffy air, and the darkness all contributed their part to her nausea. She tried to plan ahead, to think of a way to escape before the men could bundle them onto the Zenobia, assuming that was where they were going, but nothing came to mind. She was too befuddled. Yet if she didn't think of something, and they were forced aboard the starship, their options for escaping would be drastically narrowed, especially if the ship left orbit. Mental exhaustion suddenly hit her. Was this how things were going to be forever? How many more times would she have to fight to free herself and those she loved? Was this the destiny of mages who refused to live in secrecy and solitude? Bryce's arm slid around her. She rested her head on his shoulder, wondering how long she could carry on. The van hit rougher ground and jostled the captives. She clung onto Darius as the vehicle swayed and bumped. She guessed they were travelling outside the city. Had the smuggler landed the Zenobia somewhere outside a spaceport in an attempt to avoid detection? That had been her plan too. But unless Castiel had learned how to perform Darius's cloak cast, the ship would not go unnoticed for long. The van driver certainly seemed to be in a hurry. The rough ground didn't deter him or her from driving fast. The passengers were bounced so violently they crashed into the walls and floor. Carina finally lost her temper and thumped the wall separating them from the driver with her fist, shouting, "Slow down!" Her words had no effect. 15 minutes or so later, the driver slammed on the brakes, flinging the captives forward. Seconds later, the doors opened and hands reached in to drag out the children, Carina and Bryce. The night air hit her like a cold wave. She saw starlight and the black silhouette of a starship before she was rushed aboard along with the others. The interior that greeted her was depressingly familiar. They were back aboard the Zenobia. The men pulled Carina and Bryce away from the children and forced them into an elevator. Darius and Nala wailed and reached out their arms, but there was nothing she could do. The giant had her wrists firmly in his grasp and was lifting her arms upward. One movement and he could dislocate her shoulders. "Just do what they tell you," she called out. "Don't fight them. We'll get you out as soon as we can." The men accompanying her and Bryce found this very funny. For the first time she got a good look at them. The men were all large and heavily muscled, with big bony heads and wide mouths. Their beards were carefully styled, and a few continued the styling to the hair on their heads. When they laughed, their voices were deep and velvety, like the owner of the Zenobias when he combed the ship. She guessed they were all from the same planet, somewhere far away, perhaps even outside the sector. The giant who had captured her was a head taller than the rest. He glared at her for the entire elevator ride, not bothering to wipe the blood that ran slowly from his nose, dripping from his chin onto the deeply muscled chest revealed by the open neck of his baggy white shirt. The elevator stopped, and soon she found herself back on the bridge. The owner sat in the captain's seat, which barely contained him. His paunch hung between the thick thighs of his spread legs, and his broad body protruded past each side of the back of the seat. The man was awaiting their appearance, his seat swiveled to face the door. The iridescent blue cone-shaped hat she had seen before remained perched on his head. Unlike his men, he was clean-shaven. He grinned at her and Bryce's appearance on the bridge. She didn't think she had ever seen so many teeth. The man obviously took great care of them too. They were the brightest things in the room. Come in," he said, waving them forward and acting as if he were inviting guests to a party. Her guard didn't share his boss's welcoming sentiment. He thrust her forward while maintaining his one-handed grip on her wrists, causing her arms to jerk up painfully. Her resulting grimace made the Zenobia's owner grin even wider. "Sit down." They were forced to their knees. Good, said the man. She looked for Castiel, but he was nowhere to be seen. The captain rested his hands on his knees and leaned forward, screwing up his eyes as he inspected them. "It is strange. You don't look any different from regular people. I'm interested in the abilities of your kind. I see some kind of similarity between you, girl." He jabbed a finger of heavily bejeweled hand at her. "And the boy who claims to be your brother. I know now he spoke the truth when he said you were related. I can see the resemblance. Your family customs are strange.
If my brother were to betray me—"
He drew a finger across his throat, turned toward his men and laughed. They echoed his laughter. "Believe me, Castiel will be the first to die when we escape," she said. The smuggler's laughter redoubled. His fat belly jiggled with merriment, and he wiped tears from his eyes. The men's mirth increased by the same degree, but when he waved a hand for silence, it fell within a moment.
"Do not mistake me," said the smuggler. "Your brave words in the face of insurmountable odds are admirable, if unrealistic. Such courage is rare in this barbaric region of space where individuals hide within their starships, using weapons to do their fighting for them. You are like the women of my world. I find your attitude deeply stimulating."
"What's your name?" she asked. The smuggler flashed his impressive rows of teeth again.
"Why do you want to know?"
"So I can add you to my list of people to kill." Bryce softly sighed. She thought she saw a flash of anger in the smuggler's eyes, set deep in his fleshy face, but he only smiled. His lips closed this time, and nodded, as if understanding a new truth.
"I am Barami Lomang. Place me at the top of your list. I will accept no lesser position, and I look forward to our encounter."
"The top? No. That place is reserved for my brother." Chapter 17. Castiel was so predictable. Carina and the others hadn't been in the Zenobia's brig longer than half an hour before he arrived to gloat. The guards had separated the group into two, males and females. The brig only contained 2 cells, which faced each other across the passageway. They were only intended for single occupants. Carina was sitting with her sisters on the bunk, trying to think of a way to escape when Castiel turned up. The brig walls and door were transparent. He sauntered into view, one hand on his hip, in an apparent attempt to emphasize his nonchalant superiority. If she hadn't been so angry with him, she might have laughed at his act. "How does it feel?" he asked. "Not very nice, is it? Shut away, confined against your will, having to sleep, shit and piss where everyone can see you?"
"No one watched you shit, Castiel," said Bryce from across the way. "Stars, why would any of us want to see that? But don't let that stop you from wallowing in self-pity."
"You deserved all you got," Carina said. "And more, much more." "I never deserved any of it," Castiel spat. "I didn't ask to be born into this lousy family, growing up with my brothers and sisters showing off their special powers in front of me, acting like they were so much better, making me feel inferior every single day of—" "It wasn't anything like that," Parthenia exclaimed. "You were Father's favourite. None of us got any attention or praise. It all went to you. That's because he was trying to make up for our bitch of a mother. Don't you ever speak about my mother like that." Parthenia was on her feet and at the wall, her fists pressed against it. "I'll speak about her however I like," Castiel yelled. His young face transformed into a snarl. "She was a bitch who wanted our father for his wealth and power. But as soon as she got what she wanted, she refused to give him the only thing she had to offer in return, her mage powers. She just wanted to take. Beautiful dresses and jewelry, a mansion to live in, all she could desire. But when it came to fulfilling her side of the bargain, no, she wouldn't do it. So Father had to make her. That's the truth, but none of you will admit it." As far as Carina was concerned, Castiel had signed his own death warrant when he'd given them up to the smuggler Lomang. Calling Ma a bitch only meant his death would be slower than he might have liked. Yet she was mildly interested to hear Castiel's take on his parents' relationship. Was that what Stefan had told him, or had he concocted the false narrative himself? "How can you even think that?" Parthenia asked. "Are you insane? Mother hated father with every bone in her body. He was cruel and evil. You think being behind these walls for a few weeks was a bad experience? Father held mother captive our entire lives. And not only that, he—" The horrible memories were too much for Parthenia. She covered her eyes and sobbed. Carina walked over to her sister and hugged her. "Go away," she said to Castiel. "You've said your piece, now go. Do you really think you can boss me around? You can't tell me what to do. I'm the one with the power now. You're all going to have to do what I say pretty soon. You're as dumb as you are arrogant. What makes you think the smuggler is going to treat you any differently from the Dirksons?" Castiel reddened. "The Dirksons treated me well. They were going to give me a high-ranking position." "Yeah, that's why you couldn't wait to get away from them." Carina turned to Bryce in mock curiosity. What was it he said after Darius transported their troops off this ship? "Something about giving him his freedom." Bryce was watching the exchange from the opposite cell. Castiel's colour deepened. "I didn't say anything like that." "You're a liar," Carina said. "But that's no surprise. You think you've done something clever by handing us over to that man? All you've done is make things worse for yourself. Do you think Lomang is going to see you any differently from us? I'm surprised you aren't already in the brig now that he's got us, like you promised him. He probably wants to keep you happy for another couple of days until he's learned what he wants to know. In some ways, I pity you," she went on. "One of the first things I learned about being a mage is you never ever tell a non-mage what you can do, because sooner or later they're going to want to exploit you for their own ends, and if you refuse, they'll make you. As soon as a non-mage learns about your powers, you cease to be a person to them. You're just a freak who deserves to be used however they want. But Ma never taught you that. She never had to. She didn't think you had any powers. What amazes me, though, is that now you've learned that once the hard way, you've made the same mistake again." Castiel's hands balled into fists at his sides. "That isn't how it's going to be. I've joined Lomang's crew and I'm going to receive a percentage of his profits. Profits that you are going to increase now he has me and all of you working for him. And if you don't do what I say, I'll hurt Nala. You touch one hair of that little girl's head, and I promise you, Castiel," Carina hissed, "I will split you like Ma split your father." "Carina," warned Bryce. "Back off. I'm sick and tired of everyone making excuses for the evil little runt. He's his father's child. He doesn't have a trace of Ma's sweet nature in him. You should have let me kill him while we had the chance." Carina stepped back from her. "No," she said gravely. "He's still our brother. How can you say that when he's just put you back into captivity? You don't understand. You didn't grow up with us. You weren't part of our family." She seemed about to say more, but closed her lips and looked away. "And I never will be?" demanded Carina. "Is that what you were going to say?" "No, it wasn't that." "Then what was it? I'd love to know." "It doesn't matter." Parthenia strode the few short steps to the bunk and sat down, her arms folded. She continued to avoid Carina's gaze. Carina couldn't help but think she'd guessed correctly. It was true, she hadn't been part of their childhood. While her half-siblings had been living in luxury with their monstrous father and Ma, she had been trying to avoid starvation on the streets of her backwater planet. She hadn't been part of that dysfunctional family's existence, and she would never share that bond they had, no matter how much she protected and cared for her brothers and sisters, with the exception of the asshole who stood in front of her. "I thought I told you to go away." Castiel's expression had changed from embarrassment to a smirk. It's good to know my brothers and sisters will save me from you in the unlikely event you ever have any power over me. I wouldn't be too sure of that, Fern called out from his cell. Castiel ignored him. In case you hadn't noticed, we've left Ostalon and we're heading into deep space. Lomang is rendezvousing with a business client there. I will be present in order to enthrall the client, so he agrees to terms that are wildly unfavourable to him. However, in case I need assistance, Parthenia will be coming with me, and Nala too, so Parthenia does as she's told. Until then, you will all remain here. We can't all sleep in here, Oriana said. There isn't room. You'll manage, replied Castiel. Hey, Bryce, when Castiel ends up in your cell, Carina said, make sure he sleeps on the floor.
Oh, you can be sure of that.
I'm not ending up in the brig, said Castiel, his smirk turning to annoyance. With another scowl, he finally left. Carina slumped against the wall. Parthenia's comment had hurt. She'd risked her life for those kids more than once. She felt a gentle touch on her shoulder. Carina, Parthenia said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I'm fine, she replied. I'm fine. She straightened up. Let's think of a way out of here. It sounds like you're going to be the first one out of the brig. Maybe there's something you can do. As she spoke, she noticed something on the ceiling above the bunk. Oriana, stand up. Huh? Why? I'm tired. Carina rolled her eyes. Just do it. After the girl surrendered her seat, she climbed onto the spot. A small, faint anomaly marked the smooth ceiling. Carina could only just reach it. She brushed the surface with her fingertips and felt a crosshatch of ridges. Shit. They could forget about discussing escape plans, at least not out loud. She waved to get Bryce's attention, then pointed at the ceiling before cupping her ear. He understood immediately. Parthenia also understood. She whispered first to Oriana and then to Nala. They gazed upward at the tiny grille leading to a recording device. Carina climbed down from the bed. The inability to speak freely was another impediment to their already limited prospects of escape. She sat in Oriana's place, mulling over their situation. The mental exhaustion she had felt in the van returned, and she put her head in her hands. She began to wish, crazily, that her mother and father had never left her with Nai, that they'd taken her with them on the trip that resulted in Stefan Scherer capturing them. Maybe he would have just killed her, but maybe she would have grown up with his family, not separated from Ma. Would her siblings have seen her as one of them then? I hope they bring us something to eat soon, said Oriana. But much to their disappointment, Lomang's guards didn't reappear, with or without food. Hours later, when they'd given up even bothering to talk about food or water or to whisper about escaping, the lights suddenly went out. The immediate darkness without warning brought groans of dismay from the children. It was a signal they would have to endure their hunger and thirst over the quiet time aboard the ship. They had already discussed sleeping arrangements. If Parthenia slept at the foot of the bunk, Oriana and Nala could squeeze together at the top. Parthenia's feet would be in their faces, but it meant only Carina had to sleep on the floor. She had done that often enough in her life for it not to be a major discomfort. She folded her arm under her head to act as a pillow, told the girls to stop complaining at each other, and closed her eyes. She hadn't slept at all the previous night, her head still hurt from her wound, and her psychological fatigue hadn't abated. Despite the girls' continued whiny chatter, she fell asleep. When Bryce woke her, it took her a moment to remember where she was. At first she thought he was waking her to take her watch at the temple. She sat up in utter darkness, confused. Her surroundings were nothing like the temple on Ostalon.
Carina,
Bryce whispered urgently.
Move, we have to get out of here.
Then it all came back. "What are you doing in here?" she asked, as Bryce fastened a hand around her biceps to help her stand.
"Shh!"
His lips touched her ear.
"Castiel came back. He's helping us escape. Come on, we have to hurry."
Chapter 18. They huddled in a storage room, conversing in low voices about how to take over the ship. Their familiarity with her layout would be an advantage, but Castiel was hazy about the number of crew members and where they were stationed. Carina watched as he told them what he knew, not believing for a minute that he had come over to the Mage's side, even though he'd handed them each a canister of elixir. He had some other long-term plan, and he needed his siblings' help to enact it, that was all. Perhaps her telling him that Lomang would turn on him eventually had made him change his mind about keeping them in captivity. But whatever his motivation was, it was self-serving, she had no doubt about it. "I'm pretty sure most of the crew are in the crew's quarters and only Lomang is in the passenger section," Castiel said. "We should just space them all as soon as we can, transport them outside the ship." "No," said Carina. "That would be cruel and unjust, and not something a mage should do, though they haven't exactly been kind to us." She reflexively touched the clot of dried blood on the back of her head. "We did steal their ship." "What? Weren't you the one talking about splitting me a few hours ago? It isn't unjust to punish people as they deserve." "What have I done that means I deserve to die in agony?" asked Castiel, his tone rising.
"Cut it out, you two," said Bryce. "Let's focus on what we need to do now."
Castiel turned away from her. "I know which cabin Lomang is sleeping in. I figured it out before I came to release you." "We can enthrall him," Oriana said. "The rest of the crew will do whatever he tells them." "That might work," said Carina, "but only temporarily. Lomang knows about the enthrall cast because Castiel's told him he can use it at this business meeting he has planned. Lomang might have told the crew about it, and if they receive strange orders, they'll suspect something's up. We can't enthrall them all either, and even if we could, it would be a round-the-clock job to keep them all under." "We can't put them all in the brig," Fern said. "There isn't room." It was true. Just the giant who had captured Carina would take up most of the space in one of the cells.
"Could we put them somewhere else?" asked Bryce. "Somewhere we could lock them up indefinitely? Could we confine them to one level of the ship?"
"Imagine if we put them in the hold for months," said Oriana. She wafted her hand in front of her nose. "Phew!" "We can't put them in the hold," Carina said. "There are all kinds of things in there. They might be able to make something they could use to escape." She was reluctant to confine Lomang and his crew to the passenger area for the same reason. "If we were near a planet, I could transport them to the surface," mused Darius. Carina ruffled his hair. "You could." She thought for a moment. "Maybe that's what we should do. We haven't been underway for long. If we return to Ostalon, we only have to keep them captive while we fly back. Then we dump them on the surface and leave them there."
"And then they find a way to locate us and take back the ship," said Bryce. "They found the Zenobia once despite all Darius's cloaks and your course corrections. They'll find it again."
"And isn't Ostalon where we want to be?" Parthenia asked. "Yes," said Fern. "We need to do it the other way around. We take control of the ship, fly to Ostalon, then we transport to the surface." "That's no good," said Carina. "Lomang has some idea of what we can do, thanks to Castiel telling him. He'll come after us because he knows he can use us. And as we found out, it isn't easy to lay low on Ostalon right now." "Then what should we do?" Castiel asked tetchily. "I thought when I set you all free you would be of some help. I would have been better off sticking with Lomang." "Maybe we should space you," Carina said. "You're more danger to us than Lomang and his crew put together."
"Stop it," said Bryce. "Arguing among ourselves isn't helping.
He paused, listening.
Shit, someone's coming.
The hard surface of the passageway floor outside was resounding with the heaving footfalls of running feet, growing rapidly louder.
Someone's noticed the brig is empty, Carina guessed.
They're going to start searching for us. Wait until they've passed, then we run for it. Where to? Fern asked. She didn't know. They still had no plan. Lomang's cabin, she decided. It was the only place she could think of. Perhaps the smuggler would still be there and they could enthrall him, buying themselves some time. She stood with her ear to the door, waiting for the noise of the running men to recede. As soon as it did, she opened the door and peeked into the empty passageway. Let's go! She led the others out. The passenger cabins were in the level above. Luckily, she knew where the nearest service tunnel lay. She began to run. As she rounded a corner, her head smacked into a wall of skin and muscle. She looked right up into the giant's face. He grinned and shouted something in a language she didn't understand while reaching for her shirt. Grabbing the material, he lifted her off her feet, but her hand was already on her elixir canister. She unscrewed the lid and took a drink before the giant had time to realize what she was doing. His eyes widened and he slapped the container out of her hands. It clattered against the wall, the liquid spilling out. She heard the kids shouting as her eyes closed. The giant's other hand closed around her neck. He squeezed, sending blood into her head so it felt like it would explode. But she stayed calm and wrote the character in her mind. Pressure built up behind her eyes and tongue as she sent the character out. Hands were on her, trying to pull her away from the huge man. A moment later, the grip on her throat relaxed a fraction. She opened her eyes. The giant's gaze was vacant. "Release me," she gurgled. The hands opened and she dropped to the floor. "I enthralled him too," said Darius excitedly. "Then he's double enthralled." Carina rubbed her throat and picked up her elixir canister, which was now nearly empty. "But he called his buddies. We have to go." The entrance to the service tunnel was only another 20 meters away. As they reached it, however, the smugglers' men appeared. Some of them halted when they saw the giant and spoke to him in their language. Others ran on, spotting the mages as they climbed into the tunnel. She waited until everyone was on the ladder, heading up to the passenger level, before she climbed in herself, closed the hatch and locked it. She made it just in time. Immediately after she sent out the cast, hands hammered on the outside. Given the commotion going on, Lomang was unlikely to be in his cabin any longer, but they didn't dare go more than one level in the service tunnel, not now it was known they were inside. At the next exit, they climbed out. "This way," said Castiel. He took off along the corridor. Carina followed, wondering what was really going on in her half-brother's mind. He took them to the suite she, Bryce, and Darius had shared. The door stood open. Lomang had gone.
"Damn it, where is he?"
said Bryce.
"He's the key to everything."
The sound of the elevator's chime came down the corridor. "Quick," said Carina. She ran toward the elevator, already draining her remaining elixir. As soon as she caught sight of Lomang's large form, she stopped, closed her eyes, and cast. She opened her eyes. Lomang had turned and was staring at her, his arms raised as if to fend off a blow. He was utterly still. The elevator doors opened. She tensed, waiting to see if anyone stepped out. She was all out of elixir, though the remaining mages had joined her. No one emerged, and the doors closed again. She walked up to Lomang. The man's eyes tracked her as she approached, but he didn't move. He was wearing a yellow silken robe fastened around his considerable belly. Now he was no longer wearing his hat, his hair hung down to his shoulders. He had seemed strong-willed in their previous encounter, so she knew he would throw off the enthrall cast fairly quickly. In the meantime, they had a ship full of hostile crew to subdue. Casts alone wouldn't do it. They would need weapons, somewhere to confine the crew, and a plan for what to do next. "Lomang," she commanded, "return to your cabin." "What are you going to do with him?" Parthenia asked. "I'm not sure. I'm still thinking." She only had the germ of an idea, but it was rapidly taking shape in her mind. Her frustration and exhaustion over their constant need to run, hide, and defend themselves as mages, and her short time with Lomang and his crew had sparked a potential solution to their problems that was entirely new. As they reached Lomang's cabin, she asked him, "The Zenobia's tracker, can it transmit a message?" The smuggler replied in a monotone,
"Yes."
Chapter 19. The brig was crammed with as many of the smuggler's crew as would fit inside the 2 cells. Carina had put the giant in there along with the other men who seemed the most dangerous. Others were locked in a few of the crew's cabins, conventionally locked in, not by the temporary effects of a cast. She had confined Lomang alone in his room on the passenger deck. She didn't want him near any of his crew in case he thought of a way for them to take back control of the ship. The situation regarding the prisoners was not great. Conditions in the brig were bad, and Carina feared that sooner or later one of the crew would figure out a way to escape. Then he would release the rest, they would all swarm the mages, and everything would be back to square one. All in all, she had counted 25 crew. Her own small group was vastly outnumbered, and 4 of them were just kids. Though the young mages could cast, they couldn't be expected to fight. Only she and Bryce were competent with a weapon, and Castiel was entirely untrustworthy. If he thought it would be to his advantage, he would switch sides in a heartbeat. But a return message had arrived that meant an end to the precarious state of affairs was possible, if only they could hold out long enough. Carina saw Lomang as the greatest threat. He was the smartest and had the most to lose. He had clearly demonstrated his high motivation to reverse the fate she'd thrust upon him, promising her all kinds of painful and humiliating retributions for taking his ship from him again. It was even tricky opening his door to send in food. The first couple of times he'd been waiting and had wrenched the door open and tried to escape. He'd even hit Bryce over the head with a leg from the bed. So they decided to enthrall him the second the door was open. Only they couldn't perform the cast while he was out of sight, so someone had to stand by, waiting for him to emerge. Then Lomang had taken to hiding in his room. Despite his size, he managed to remain hidden long enough to surprise both Parthenia and Bryce. He'd grabbed Parthenia and threatened to break her neck. But Bryce had told him about the transport cast that would put him outside the ship. Lomang had demonstrated his intelligence and desire for survival by letting her go. However, Bryce had reported the man remained angry, dangerously angry. Yet Carina was cautiously confident she'd hit upon a strategy that would see an end to the smugglers' threats, and to the constant threat of capture the mages had laboured under for so long. The kids had been overjoyed to have the run of the ship again. As the Zenobia sped toward the rendezvous point, they had taken over the passenger cabins at the opposite end to Lomang's, returned to preparing feasts in the galley with liberal and imaginative use of the meal printer, and made gallons of elixir. Carina was down in the hold, working through the cargo, trying to figure out what everything was worth and putting it all in some kind of order. No expert on contraband, she was sure she was undervaluing some items and overvaluing others. The jewellery was the most straightforward. Lomang could not have made it as a smuggler if he couldn't tell the difference between genuine precious stones and paste. So she assumed that if something looked like a sapphire, ruby or diamond, that's what it was. The same applied to the thick gold chains, which certainly felt heavy enough to be the real thing. A few of the illegal drugs were also somewhat familiar to her, though not through personal use. Nai had warned her that narcotics and hallucinogens would weaken her ability to cast, but through her time with the Black Dogs. Mercs could get away with drug abuse in ways that military personnel could not, which was one reason some of them made the switch. As Carina removed the powders, pills and liquids from their hiding places, she smiled sadly, remembering Smits. Obnoxious, defiant and disgusting in his habit of chewing a narcotic herb and spitting his brown saliva wherever was most convenient to him, her fellow merc had given his life in the rescue of Darius from the Dirksons. As had Captain Speedle, the closest thing she'd had to a father since Bar had disappeared when she was 3. She sighed and continued her work. She had rearranged the items into groups, ranging from the least to the most valuable, according to her estimates. Payment would need to be made, so it was important she got it roughly right. When she was nearly finished, she climbed into the cargo mech to move the heavy or unwieldy objects she couldn't manage by herself. She could have asked Bryce to help her, but he was in charge on the upper levels, supervising the kids and maintaining security. She started up the machine and walked it over to the long cylinder of the rolled-up rug. After grasping it with the mech's pincers, she turned it upright and stepped to the side of the bay, where she balanced it against the wall. Next, she extended the mech's arms to grip the netting that lay on the floor, raised the edge to the ceiling and slipped it over the hooks. Previously, she had lifted a large ornate cabinet made from dark, close-grained, heavy wood from its position in order to search it, and had found a cache of uncut gems in a secret compartment. Now she needed to slide the furniture against the wall. As she turned toward it, her comm button sounded. She opened the comm, but before she could say anything, Bryce said,
"Some of the crew have escaped, the ones in the brig."
"Shit! Where are you? What's happening?"
"Castiel and the kids are with me on the bridge. I'm not sure where the crew is. Take care, Carina. They might reach you in the hold."
"I'm coming up. Are you armed?"
"We have weapons and elixir. We're heading out to round up the escapees before they reach Lomang and the others."
"Okay, be careful. I'll join you as soon as I can. Let's leave the comm open." She had put down her pulse rifle to use the mech. She scanned the hold to locate it and saw it propped against the wall near the door. She turned off the machine and heard the snick of its safety cage unlocking. As she prepared to jump down, the hold door opened, and in strode the giant, wearing nothing but an open vest and pants. He didn't notice her at first, as his gaze roved the cargo greedily. He'd clearly slipped down to steal something, while the rest of the crew were attempting to take back the ship. He was standing between her in the mech and her weapon, but she had her elixir canister in her belt. On the other hand, as soon as she moved, she slid her hand slowly toward the canister. The giant's head whipped up, his eyes focused on hers in a ferocious glare. He was only a few steps from her. She wouldn't have time to unscrew the canister and take a drink before he was on her. She restarted the mech as the giant reached her, the safety cage locking her in. The giant snarled and grabbed at her through the bars. He was so tall and his reach so long, the cage was no impediment. He snatched the elixir canister from her waist and threw it across the hold. Shouts and the fizz of pulse fire came from Carina's comm.
"Carina," said Bryce, "where are you? They've taken Darius. We've stunned or enthralled most of them, but one ran in and snatched him as he was trying to cast."
Both of her hands were fastened around the giant's thick forearm, trying to prevent him from grabbing her throat. The mech rocked with their struggle. The man's other hand appeared through the bars. She squirmed away to avoid his grip, but there was nowhere for her to go.
"Carina," said Bryce, "what's happening? Are you okay?"
The giant's hand approached her head, trying to grab her face. She leaned forward and bit it, grinding her teeth into the flesh of his palm. He roared. The man's other hand gripped her head and tried to twist it to break her neck or the hold of her teeth, or both. Through Carina's comm, Bryce cursed. She heard more gunfire and Parthenia's furious shouts demanding the return of Darius. The mech rocked more in Carina's violent struggle with the giant. Suddenly she recalled another time she'd been in a mech, on Ostalon, when she'd been trying to convince someone to let her fight in the mech battle. She stopped battling the giant and grasped the controls. Immediately, her opponent thrust both arms up to his armpits into the cage and enclosed her neck in his fists. She pivoted a pincer so it faced toward her. The maneuver was hard to perform. The pincers were not intended to be used in that direction.
"Shit,"
she heard Bryce say.
"What's that?"
But the world was closing in around her as the giant attempted to strangle her. She tensed her neck muscles, fighting back against the pressure. With a great effort, she pulled in the pincer fast. The metal smacked against the giant's back. His eyes widened and he shouted in pain, but the pressure didn't lessen. She wanted to take hold of her attacker and pull him off the mech, but she couldn't see anything except the man's face and arms. She swung the pincer out and in again. The second impact made her point. The giant screamed in pain and let go. She stepped back several paces on the mechanical legs and moved the pincers forward. The giant's face was screwed up in pain and sweat glistened on his forehead. He stooped, but his neck craned upward, his eyes fixed with rage. Dimly, Carina heard the dull clang of metal on metal. Something large had impacted the ship, and she knew what it was. They were being boarded. "It's over," she said. "Go back to the brig now, and I won't hurt you."
"Ha," the giant replied. "You'll never hurt me, little woman. Come out of your crate before I rip it apart."
"I won't warn you again." Carina opened the pincers. The giant clenched his fists, yelled, and ran at her. She swiped one pincer wide, smacking the man across his chest and sent him careening across the hold. Netting broke his fall. He staggered as he righted himself. A welt was already visible on his chest. "Don't be stupid," said Carina. "I'll kill you if I have to." When he didn't run at her again, she thought he'd heeded her warning. She realized he appeared to be thinking. His gaze ran up and down the mech and over the cargo. Then his eyes lifted briefly upward before returning to her face. He began to pace sideways. If she didn't miss her guess, he seemed to be planning to go around her, climb the netting behind her, and jump onto the top of the cage. He probably thought he could reach in and throttle her from above or poke her eyes out. If so, it was a stupid plan. She wouldn't be able to remove him or make him stop without killing him. The giant passed to her left, and Carina turned the mech to follow him. She wanted to catch him before he reached the netting. She didn't want to kill him if she could avoid it. Remembering Captain Speedle had reminded her he had a different image of her, an image she wanted to live up to. She stepped forward to cut the giant off. He sped up, but the mech was faster. She jabbed a pincer into his path, which he ducked, but she was already moving the other pincer in his way. He lunged in her direction, seeming to intend to run under the prehensile pincer arms. Carina gently closed one toothed grip around his waist. If she squeezed too hard, she would cut him in two. "Ah!" The giant yelled in his own language as he pushed down against the pincer, the thick muscles of his arms and chest bulging with the strain. "Don't fight it," said Carina. "I don't want to hurt you." She lifted him up, sending his legs dancing. He glared and hollered, spitting out his fury. Carina carefully closed the second pincer around the man's hips. She was going to have to leave him there for a while. From the sounds that were coming from her comm, she was still needed on the upper decks, though things seemed to be more in hand now. When she was sure the giant was secure in the mech's grasp, she turned off the machine and climbed out. Her captive's ire continued to ring in her ears. Though she had no idea what language he was speaking, it wasn't hard to guess his meaning. She rubbed her neck and walked toward the hold door. As she reached it, it opened, and a familiar figure stepped through and grinned.
"Your boyfriend said I'd find you here."
"Atoy!" Carina exclaimed. She reached out and grabbed the woman's hand, pulling her into a hug. Atoy was more muscled than she'd been when Carina had hugged her goodbye as she left the black dogs. "Been working out?" she asked as they stepped back.
"You know me, Car. What's with all the brats on the upper decks? They belong to you?"
"I'll explain everything later. Is the ship back in our hands?"
"Sure is."
Atoy's eyes turned toward the giant, who was now watching them both with a silent glare.
"You had your own little fight going on down here, I see."
"I wouldn't call him little, but yeah. Is Tarsaland still in charge of the black dogs? I was surprised she wasn't the one who replied to my message."
"No, she isn't. We have some catching up to do."
Chapter 20. Carina didn't think she'd ever seen a more disparate bunch of people. On one side of the room sat Bryce and the mages, on the other sat the remaining members of the Black Dogs. There were 19 in total, including Lieutenant Colonel Cadwallader. Some faces she recognized, like lithe, fit Brown, Jackson with his prosthetic arm, and the staring eyes of Halliday. Other faces were new. Clearly the band had undergone a few changes in the year or so since she'd left. Compared to the scarred, battle-hardened men and women, Bryce and her siblings looked young and vulnerable. They were also still dressed in the expensive fabrics and elaborate styles of Lomang's wardrobes, whereas the mercs wore armour of various styles, ages, and states of repair. The children sat upright and neatly, betraying their cultured upbringing, while the mercs sprawled and some hung an arm over the back of their chairs. From the looks on everyone's faces, each side was curious about the other, but the kids looked a little scared. They were wise to be so. Carina knew her former fellow mercs well. Most were ex-military who had left or been dishonourably discharged due to psychological problems, addictions, or lack of control. One of the few exceptions was Stevenson, the pilot. He was steady and reliable, and Carina was glad to see he remained with the band. She had never felt confident flying the Zenobia. Now he could take over the responsibility, it would be a weight off her shoulders.
"So," said Cadwallader, "who goes first?"
"I'll start," Carina said. "There are a few things we need to get out of the way. I had to think long and hard about telling you this. I'm taking a risk, but I don't really have a choice about it. If I don't tell you, Lomang's men will." She went on to explain as briefly and simply as she could about her and her children's ability to cast. Some of the mercs smirked and rolled their eyes as though they didn't believe her. She retorted, "If you think I'm making this up, fine. I don't give a shit. I'm not going to provide you with a demonstration because I'm not a performing animal, and frankly it's in my interest if you don't believe me. It doesn't matter, except for the fact that if you decide to back out on the deal I made with Cadwallader and try to take the ship, you'll find yourself spaced before you know it. Then it'll be too late to change your minds."
"You didn't make a deal with Cadwallader," said a man she didn't know. "You made a deal with all of us."
Half his face was scarred as if he'd been burned. He reminded her of Carver, who had died in the first attempt to rescue Darius on Arana. She hadn't had her facial scar fixed because she liked the look.
"Yes," Cadwallader said, his unnervingly pale blue eyes settling on Carina. Things have changed somewhat since you left us." "For the better," exclaimed the scarred man. "The short of it is," continued Cadwallader, "Tarsalan planned to disband us and sell the Duchess and all our equipment and armour, which wouldn't have been a problem if I hadn't discovered she was also planning to sneak away without paying the wages we were owed. I couldn't in good conscience allow that to happen. I had already winked at the abandonment of good men and women who had refused the suicidal mission to rescue that young man." His gaze flicked to Darius and then back to Carina. "I wasn't about to look the other way again." "We mutinied," Atoy said, grinning. "I wish you'd been there to see the look on Tarsalan's face when we forced her off the shuttle on some godforsaken planet at gunpoint, Lin. Should have killed her," the scarred man said. "Would have been safer." "Maybe," said Cadwallader, "but I don't think murdering an unarmed woman would have been a good beginning for our enterprise." He said to Carina, "I've retained my function as CO, but all profits are shared equally after subtracting expenses. When we received your message, I discussed your proposal with the rest of the troops and we took a vote. It was a no-brainer to agree when we heard it was you," Atoy said. Judging from the expressions of some of the other mercs, Carina doubted the vote was unanimous. The newcomers didn't know her. She couldn't expect any special treatment or consideration from the Black Dogs. They had a business deal, nothing more. "I'm certainly glad you agreed to take the job," she said. "As I outlined in the message, I anticipate we'll be using your services for 3, possibly 4 months. We need to return to Ostalon, and while we're doing that, we have to keep Lomang's crew under control." "The men we fought when we boarded your ship," Cadwallader said. "Was that all of them?" "I don't know," she replied, looking at Bryce. "No, that was only the ones from the brig. We managed to stop them from releasing the others. Thanks for your help in rounding them up." "That's what we're here for," said Cadwallader. "When you didn't answer our hail, I guessed things might have gone south. I'll take a look at your security arrangements as soon as the meeting's over. We can post a round-the-clock guard. You won't have any more trouble from them." Halliday said, "You said 3 to 4 months. That's longer than it'll take to get to Ostalon. What happens then?" "There's information I want somewhere on the planet. We'll need protection as we search for it." "Wasn't Ostalon under attack from the Shurras recently?" asked Cadwallader. "That's right. The Dirksons were using the planet as a hideaway. I'm not sure if they're still there, but the place is in turmoil right now. The economy is broken down due to the war and the population is desperate. We need your help to keep us safe." Atoy asked, "What are you looking for?" "Honestly," Carina gave a humorless laugh. "I'm not exactly sure, but I'll know when I find it." "We can shorten the journey to Ostalon for you," said Stevenson. "The Duchess's engines are faster than the Zenobia's. If we keep the ships tethered, the Duchess can tow the slower ship." "Good," said Cadwallader. "The faster we get to Ostalon and find your information, Lin, the faster we get paid." "Sounds good," said the scarred man. "We need to maintain a presence on your ship," Cadwallader said to Carina. "I mean soldiers sleeping and eating here, not just guards on duty. If there's a breakout, it'll be easier to subdue with us already on hand." "I can see the sense in that," Carina said, though she'd thought the mercs would mostly keep to their own ship. "There's room and food to spare, but I'd like to remind everyone there are kids aboard. These are my half-brothers and sisters, and I won't take kindly to anyone behaving inappropriately around them." Her comment garnered a few smirks. "I understand," Cadwallader said. "We'll be on our best behaviour," said the scarred man. Suppressed snorts of laughter erupted from various mercs. Carina clenched her jaw, but she didn't say anything. "I'd like to speak to my soldiers in private for a few minutes," said Cadwallader. "Then I'd appreciate a tour of the ship." "Let me know when you're ready," Carina said. Then she left with Bryce and the children. As soon as they were outside the meeting room, Fern said,
Did you used to work with those people? That's so cool. No wonder you're good at fighting. Don't be too impressed. Killing for a living isn't as glamorous as you might think. Now, I want you to take the 3 rooms at the end of the passenger section near the elevator. Cadwallader will need some of the passenger rooms for the mercs if they're going to sleep aboard the ship. And you want to keep us separate from them, said Castiel. Yes, I do. Go on, do what I said. She watched the children depart and then noticed Bryce looking stressed. Something wrong? She asked. I'm not sure it was a good idea enlisting these thugs to help us. They aren't thugs, they're soldiers. I can't deny there are a few similarities, but the two aren't the same. What are you worried about? I'm doing what I can to keep them away from the kids. It isn't only the kids coming into contact with them that bothers me. It's the safety of our entire enterprise. What if that Cadwallader decides to empty the hold and transfer everything to his ship? We barely managed to contain Lomang's crew, and we had the upper hand. We're no match for trained mercs with a plan. Cadwallader's more honourable than you give him credit for, and I've updated the hold security so that only you or I can get in. As to the other mercs, the ones who know me won't turn on me, even if they don't believe my threat about spacing them. I'm sure of that. And the rest? If they wanted to be pirates, they could be. But they're mercs, soldiers. They want to do their job and then do the next one, and so on. They like things simple and orderly, not messy and undisciplined. It's hard to explain. I don't like that guy with the burn marks on his face. Me neither. But we won't be using the black dogs forever. As soon as I find out how to get to Earth, we'll part ways, and that'll be it. Bryce appeared to remain unconvinced. And what do we do with Lomang and his crew? That I don't have an answer for yet. The door to the meeting room opened and the mercs started to leave. Atoy appeared and strode to Carina's side. She wrapped an arm around Carina's shoulders, looked Bryce up and down and said, "Is he spoken for?" Carina laughed. She'd forgotten about Atoy's predatory sexual habits. Bryce actually blushed. Yes. Bryce looked relieved, justifiably so, if he'd known what Carina knew about Atoy. Shame. By the way, I told Cadwallader about that huge guy in the hold. He said to put him in a cell of his own. What did you do with him in the end? Shit! I forgot about him. He's still down there. Chapter 21. When Carina went to the bridge the following day, she found Stevenson sitting at the pilot's controls. Her heart warmed as he looked over his shoulder and raised a hand in greeting. "I didn't get a chance to speak to you yesterday," he said as she walked over to him. "Long time no see." "How have you been?" she asked, perching on the edge of the console. "I wasn't expecting to see you still running with the dogs." "What can I say? A better offer hasn't come along." "You must have been living under a rock if you never received a better offer than ferrying a bunch of mercs from one dangerous situation to another." "Maybe I thrive on danger," said Stevenson, lifting an eyebrow. She laughed out loud. "After you abandoned us on Ithia, I didn't expect to see you again." "Abandoned you? I resigned, that's all. I had something important to do. I ended up finding my family." Carina sighed. "Maybe I was abandoning ship too. Speedle had advised me to leave, and it did seem like the ship was going down." "It was until Cadwallader turned things around. We discovered that by not accepting suicidal missions, no matter how high the payment, and sticking to low-fee, easy work, we could make a decent living. Who knew?" "Tarsalan always did have her eyes on the creds, not the brief," Carina said. "Lucky for me she was pushed out. I wouldn't have liked to deal with her. And lucky for me you were within hailing distance." "Must have been fate." Carina smiled and cast a glance at the controls. "What are you doing?"
"Syncing up the ship's drives. They have to be perfectly aligned or when we start to move."
He mimed ripping something in half. "That wouldn't be good."
"No."
He held her gaze for a beat and then returned his attention to the console. "Wait," Carina said. "I thought the Duchess would be towing us."
"It turns out the Zenobia is faster than I thought. Was it you who was flying her before we rendezvoused?"
"Yeah, why?"
"The balances are all wrong. You are wasting a ton of fuel."
"Oops, I only know what you taught me, so a lot of guesswork was involved."
"If you were flying this ship based on the few hours you messed around with the Duchess's controls, you didn't do badly at all."
"Thanks. I'm grateful for that little bit of tuition you gave me. Without it, we would have been screwed several times." Stevenson looked up at her. "Figuratively speaking." The bridge door opened and Bryce walked in. He paused a moment as he took in the scene before him.
"Hey, can I speak to you?" he directed at Carina.
"Sure." She slid off her perch on the flight console. "What about?"
"In private," said Bryce, looking at Stevenson.
Okay. See you later," Carina said to the pilot. When the door closed behind her outside the bridge, she said, "What's the big secret?"
"No secret. I just didn't want to talk to you in front of a mercenary."
"Stevenson isn't really a merc. He just pilots for them."
"Yeah, well, I'm not sure there's a difference. And what I wanted to discuss with you concerns them. Let's go and see the kids. We should talk about Osterland too."
As they walked toward the elevator, Bryce said,
"I agreed with what you said at the meeting yesterday about your soldier friends watching their behavior around the children, but I'm not sure they're taking you seriously."
A heavy feeling settled in the pit of Carina's stomach. This was what she feared from the mercs, not them turning on her as Bryce had mentioned the previous day. "What have they been doing?"
"Nothing yet," he admitted. "But I've noticed some looks Parthenia's received, and I've overheard comments to her I didn't like. I don't think she should be alone around them. She's only 16.
Carina grimaced. "I was only 16 too when I joined up. But I hear you." 16-year-old Carina and Parthenia at the same age were two very different people. "I'll say something to Cadwallader," she added. The elevator arrived and they stepped inside.
"I guess hooking up is a stress relief when you're a mercenary,"
said Bryce, staring ahead as the doors closed and they descended. "It is, and they have their needs like everyone else, but that's their problem, not Parthenia's. She's very young, and with the life she's led, in many ways she's naive, vulnerable. I'll tell Cadwallader to tell them she's out of bounds." A silence followed. The elevator stopped and the doors opened. Carina stepped out, but Bryce didn't. When she turned, he had an odd look on his face.
"That guy, what did you say his name was? Stevenson?"
"That's the pilot's name, yeah. What about him?" Bryce appeared to struggle to know what to say.
"You two seem to have a history, am I right?"
"I have a history with the Black Dogs, you know that." Her stomach muscles tightened as she wondered where the conversation was going.
"That isn't what I meant. Don't dodge the question."
"Right. So it isn't only Parthenia you're concerned about in that regard?"
"I don't know if concerned is the right word."
"So you aren't concerned about me?"
"Stop twisting things. You're being deliberately evasive."
He took a step forward, his gaze on her intense.
"Why can't you just answer me? Was there something between you and the pilot?"
"Why can't you stop being an asshole? What happened in my past is my business. You're not entitled to a list of people I slept with."
"So it's a list, is it? How many more of your old merc buddies are on it?"
"Get fucked, Bryce!" A short distance along the corridor a door opened and Oriana's head poked out. Carina realized with remorse that she and Bryce had been yelling.
"Go back inside,"
Bryce said to Oriana, his tone lowered.
We'll be there in a minute."
The girl withdrew and closed the door. Carina locked gazes with Bryce for several moments. Was he expecting some kind of apology or confession? She didn't know, but she was damned if she would give him either. Eventually he broke eye contact and said,
"Sorry, I was out of line."
She took a breath. "That's okay," she said, though anger still boiled within her. Anger and something like humiliation. She wasn't exactly ashamed of anything she had done during her days as a merc, but at the same time, being reminded of who she'd been then made her uncomfortable. She hadn't realized she had changed so much, that events had changed her. "Let's forget about it," she ground out. They walked to Oriana's cabin, tension stretching out between them. The arrival of the black dogs had solved a major problem, but introduced a smaller, more personal one. She hadn't taken Bryce to be the jealous type. She hoped he wouldn't obsess about her history and allow it to drive a wedge between them. All of the children had gathered in the cabin Oriana was sharing with Fern. Even Castiel was there, though he sat apart from the others. The other kids occupied the 2 beds in various ways, lying on their stomachs, propping themselves against pillows or sitting cross-legged. Castiel sat alone in a corner, leaning over an interface. All were awkwardly silent after overhearing the fight.
"We should put together a plan of what to do when we get to Ostalon," Bryce began, "even if we don't have a lot to go on. We can't employ the mercenaries forever, so we need to make the best use of them we can."
"We should go back to that temple," said Parthenia. "Or if not that one, then another. There has to be more we can find out about mages from that religion." "I agree," said Carina. "We should ask to see the most ancient artifacts and records. We might even find some things that are contemporary to the time of the conflict between the mages and the newcomers. It would make sense that the oldest artifacts are held in a special place, maybe a main temple. As soon as we're within distance, we'll search their archives. I doubt their security will be tight. The information isn't significant to the Ostalonians except in a spiritual sense."
"Okay," said Bryce. "Good. We have our first step."
"The Duchess has a shuttle we can take down," Carina continued. "If Darius cloaks both ships, the Dirksons won't know we're there." "I can do that easy," the little boy exclaimed. "Assuming they're still on Ostalon," said Oriana. "They are," Castiel said smugly from the corner. "How do you know?" asked Fern. "Because I was with them when they talked about it, wasn't I, idiot?" "Ha! You were the one hanging out with the Dirksons, but I'm the idiot." "Shut up!" Castiel rose to his feet, clenching his fists. "Stop it, both of you!" yelled Carina. The children froze, only their eyes moving as they glanced at each other. "Castiel, what makes you think the Dirksons haven't abandoned Ostalon yet?" "I overheard Sable Dirkson talking to her lapdog, Commander Key, saying something about securing provisions for the troops now that supplies were running low." He sat down and glared at Fern. "Huh," Carina said. "So they're keeping the food to themselves while the Ostalonians starve. Figures." "Where is the Dirkson headquarters, Castiel?" Parthenia asked. "It would be wise for us to avoid it if we can." "It's in a mountain range a few hours' flight from Langley Dirkson's estate. I don't know the coordinates, but I know the way there from the city. It's very well hidden. You can't see it at all from the outside. There's some kind of optical illusion that disguises the entrance. It looks like you're flying into the mountainside, but then you pass through it and find you're in a docking bay." "The Dirksons do love their tech," Carina said. "No, the entrance isn't Dirkson tech. Sable told me it was there when they arrived. One of the local dignitaries told her about this ancient, forgotten, mysterious mountain castle to try to gain favour. After he'd shown her the location, she had him killed. She said there were a lot of superstitions surrounding the place. I don't think she really liked it, though. It was always cold. It didn't matter what the Dirksons did, they could never heat it. I love the idea of Sable Dirkson freezing her behind off, Oriana said. What's she like? No, wait, said Carina, throwing Bryce a glance. Tell us more about the Dirkson headquarters. A mountain hideout with a secret entrance sounded like something mages would build, and Castiel had said it was very old too. He went on to describe a large complex carved from the interior of a mountain, a place of many floors, yet, perversely, no elevators before the Dirksons moved in. Each bedroom of the original section of the mountain castle held a fireplace and a faucet, fire and water on hand for every inhabitant. The more she heard, the more Carina became convinced the Dirksons had unwittingly taken over the dwelling of Osterland's first settlers, a fortress they had constructed as a hideaway when the newcomers turned on them. If Osterland held the key to finding Earth, it was there, in the heart of enemy territory. Chapter 22. Lomang had requested a parley. Atoy thought this was hilarious. The large muscled woman had been hanging out on the bridge when the request came through the ship's comm to Carina, courtesy of one of the man's guards. "Parley?" Atoy exclaimed. "Who the hell does he think he is? You'd think the weeks locked in his cabin would give him the clue he's a prisoner, not an adversary." The scarred man, whose name Carina had learned was Chandu, was also present. He scoffed, saying, "Maybe he wants to discuss his method of execution. I don't know why he's still alive, to be frank." His eyes were hard as he directed his gaze at Carina. "Got anything else you want to say?" she asked. "Yeah, I do. Lomang and his crew are a liability. We should have spaced them all the minute we got them under control. Keeping them alive is dumb." "Well, it was my decision not to murder them in cold blood, so you're saying I'm dumb?" She held Chandu's gaze, unblinking. "No, he didn't mean it like that," Atoy said, suddenly serious. Chandu muttered something Carina didn't catch. "What was that?" she asked, maintaining eye contact with the man. "Nothing," Chandu said. He strode off the bridge. "Don't worry about him," Atoy said. "He's always got something to complain about, but he's all words and no action. He's just blowing off steam. I'm not worried about him, but he should worry about me if he carries on like that. The ones who mouth off all the time are the worst. They don't do anything because at heart they're cowards, but they ruin morale, which is worse. I'm going to talk to Cadwallader about him." "A coward who joined a merc band?" asked Atoy. "That doesn't make a lot of sense." "He has big strong girls like you to hide behind, don't forget." "Now that I understand. What are you going to do about Lomang?" "Give him his parley, I guess." Carina still hadn't come up with an answer to the problem of the smuggler and his men. She wasn't a murderer, and by every measure she could think of, she was the one in the wrong. It didn't matter how many crimes Lomang had committed, that didn't make it okay for her to be a thief. Though her grandmother was long dead, she could feel the old lady's disapproval whenever she thought about stealing the Zenobia and its illegal cargo. Sorry, Nai. She hoped that returning to the birthplace of mages would excuse her sins. Carina invited Cadwallader along to the face-to-face with Lomang. He was more experienced at that kind of thing, and she trusted his judgment. Lomang had lost weight while he'd been in captivity. The folds of rich fabric that made up his expensive clothes hung loosely on his shrunken frame. Even his favourite blue hat, which he'd seemingly put on especially for the occasion, now looked a little too big for his round head. "First," he said, holding up a finger as he sat opposite Carina in his cabin, "you must promise not to do that thing you do." What thing is that? She asked, cocking an eyebrow at him.
Don't play with me.
Lomang waved his hands.
That thing.
She chuckled. When she or any other mage cast, they didn't wave their hands about, yet the allusion to a stage magician performing a trick seemed impossible to avoid.
You lock me inside my mind, and I cannot control what I do or say. It is very annoying and uncomfortable, and there is no point to this parley if I can't state my own opinion.
There's no point to this parley at all, Cadwallader said. You have no bargaining power. It's only due to Lin's kindness that we're here to listen to you, before we refuse your offer. He rested his hands on his spread knees. Lomang scowled. All his confident bonhomie had evaporated during his incarceration. He looked vicious and vengeful. Then suddenly he smiled, and it was like the sun breaking through storm clouds.
I forgive your ignorance. I sometimes forget I am in another sector, and things work differently here. I must work harder to understand your culture and customs.
Cadwallader's eyes flicked to meet Carina's. What is it you want to say? She asked Lomang. Please don't waste our time with your babble.
I believe you underestimate what I have to offer you, and how badly things will turn out for you once news of what you have done gets back to my people.
I have everything you have to offer me secure in the hold of this ship, and soon the soldiers helping me will have their share of it. As to news of what I've done getting back to your people, you gave up the location of the Zenobia's tracker and how to disable it while you were enthralled. No word of what's happened here will reach your home. She leaned forward. Be careful what you tell me, Lomang. Don't forget I can put you under and check the truth of your words. Lomang spread his hands wide in a gesture of defeat, though she thought she detected a glint of rage in the man's eyes.
I cannot deny it. You have the upper hand. It is for this reason that I have finally decided to negotiate with you for my freedom and the release of my men.
You are not in a position to negotiate, Cadwallader said. If you go free, it will be our decision. You have no influence in the matter. Lin, I'm sorry, but I have better things to do than listen to this puffed-up idiot. I want to hear what he has to say. Humour me, please. Cadwallader raised his gaze to the ceiling, but he remained in his seat and folded his arms over his chest. Make it quick, Lomang.
Before I can make my offer, it would be helpful to know what you need.
Lomang flashed a tooth-filled grin.
You have seen what's in the Zenobia's hold. You have seen the type and range of goods I can acquire. I have contacts on many worlds in this sector and my own. Whatever is your heart's desire, I am confident I can get it for you, at no cost.
She burst into laughter. You think you can make me pay for this mythical object I want so badly? You might know all about contraband, what you can buy in one place and sell in another at huge profit, but you don't know me. There's nothing you can get me that I want.
But you must want something. Everyone wants something. To desire, to strive, to achieve a goal, these are very human traits. And though you are strange and have strange powers, you still seem human to me. What is it you need? What is pushing you on every day? You stole my ship on Pyrene. Why?
I needed to get off the planet. I had no intention of taking anything from your hold. What we found in there was a complete surprise. Lomang squinted at her.
It is true that nothing was missing. Before your brother betrayed me, he said he didn't know why you had gone to Ostalon. He said the place was dangerous for you, that the Dirksons were your enemies. What is the reason you wanted to go there? Is that where we're going now?
My motivations are no business of yours, Carina said irritably.
But they are. They may be vital to my survival. Tell me what is at Ostalon that you want. My men picked you up in a temple. Is it religious salvation you crave?
No, I'm not looking for salvation. Carina paused. Was it possible that Lomang could help her in her search for information about mages and Earth? You said you aren't from this sector. Lomang's features broke into an expression of great relief. She guessed he thought he was finally making headway in his effort to save his life. He didn't know she had no intention of killing him.
I believe here it's referred to as the Gerial sector, though of course we give it a different name. Perhaps what you seek may be there. I would be willing to take you to my home planet, where you can search our archives to your heart's content.
Lomang, if I were to set foot on your planet, my life would be forfeit, so let's not pretend that's an option.
Gerial sector, Cadwallader said. That's a long way from here, and your ship isn't carrying deep space capsules. I purchased the Zenobia in this sector,
Lomang said nervously.
So you have another, bigger ship somewhere waiting for you when you want to go home,
Cadwallader surmised. A ship that carried deep space capsules would be very useful once she found out how to get to Earth, as well as a major prize in itself. She and Cadwallader exchanged a look. Lomang's face fell. Ever since my family and I took over your ship, I've been defending you and your crew from those who want to space you. You seem like a practical man. You know that killing you all would be the simplest and safest option in this situation. However, as a gesture of mercy, I will guarantee your safety in exchange for the vessel that can travel between sectors. Give me the coordinates and any security or other intel I will need to take the ship. Lomang wriggled uncomfortably. Remember, I will check the truth of what you tell me with my... She waved her hands. Special powers. The end. This has been Mercenary Mage, Star Mage Saga Book 4, written and narrated by J.J. Green. The next book in the Star Mage Saga series is Accursed Space, Star Mage Saga Book 5. For more J.J. Green books, visit jjgreenauthor.com.